I'm guessing that the mics on our... What do you think? The back, can you... I think so. Good luck. But it is coming through the... Hey Sue, can you just ask if it's in fact online on the streaming? Do you know what I mean? Because if that's good, then we'll just go. Okay. Okay. All right, team. Welcome. Good evening. So we're going to call this meeting to order. And as I understand it, we're still working on getting the speakers turned on in the house, but apparently they're on online. So, team, we're all just going to have to use our outdoor voices.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. All right, so that the people in the back can hear. Is that cool?
And there are seats in the front if you want to move to the front so you can hear better.
Okay, outdoor voices, it's okay. All right, so the first thing is to review and approve the agenda. We've got a few changes I'd like to make. Just a heads up, we should probably pull the school board appointment from the consent agenda only because there are a few of us that need to recuse ourselves, so just a heads up on that. I think just want to check the online agenda. Yep, so online it has the housing task force update as being after the proposed parking garage structure design. I'd like to switch the order of that. Let's move the housing, and then a couple other changes. We're going to move to the end. Just a heads up, Central Vermont Solid Waste District Municipal Services Program grant. We are in fact not going to be applying right now, so we can talk more about that. In fact, I'd love to have a brief discussion about that later, but just so you know, the substance of that of applying for a grant is not in fact happening. So, at least not right now. So those are all the changes I know about. Does anybody else have other changes they think they'd like to see? No? Okay, great. So without objection, we'll consider the agenda approved. So moving on to general business and appearances. So this is a time for members of the public to come speak to the council on any item that is not otherwise on our agenda. And if you could, try to keep your comments to about 2 minutes or less. And as with any comments, as is our custom, if you come to comment on any item that is on our agenda, if you keep your comments to about 2 minutes or less, and Donna will be here and help us navigate the time. And there's a little bit of grace in there, but I will cut you off eventually. So, yeah, go ahead. Yep, and if you'd also say your name and where you are from.
Harris Webster from Montpelier.
And so people at home can hear you.
Harris Webster from Montpelier. I'm here. There's not many better city than by walking its streets. So I'm going to also mention one other thing, because I forgot it a week ago. I want to thank City Council Member Don Bates for participating in the pedestrian scramble last year, and for her leadership, support of all the kind of alternate transportation committees, including the police committee. It really feels good to have a City Council member there and listening to us. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Harris.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Dworkin. I'm here with Kathy Metz. We live at 24 Liberty Street. We'd like to say a few words about the proposed parking ban on Liberty Street while the elementary school has its reconstruction going on. The parking ban seems like a good idea for the reasons stated by Tom McCardle, for safety and for large vehicles like the school bus to be able to pass, because it is a fairly narrow street. Unfortunately, it's also spawned a problem. As reasonable as the measure is, the problem it's spawned is an old one. And just to give you a moment of history, some years ago, the residents of Lower Liberty Street drew up a petition and presented it to City Council to request that speed bumps be installed because people fly down that street, and there are, I don't know how to count them, but there must be 100 school kids that walk down Liberty Street to one of the two schools twice a day. The problem that the regulation is spawning is that we have had parking on both sides of the street, which has acted as an informal traffic calming device. Sounds kind of odd, but it's been effective. I mean, when you have that street narrowed by parking on both sides, we can definitely see cars slowing down. It may be kind of a ad hoc and unapproved calming device, but it has worked. The problem now with a ban on one side of the street is cars are going to start flying down there like they do when there isn't much parking on the road. And it's a serious danger to the school kids that are walking to and from school twice a day. We made that request quite a few, probably a dozen years ago to City Council, that speed bumps be investigated and put in. Council didn't act upon it. You have put in speed bumps in the meadows. Interestingly, there's far less danger to school kids in the meadows. There's far less foot traffic there from to the two schools. But we're quite concerned about what kind of a danger we're going to be inviting now that the street is wider in effect for passing traffic. So we are here to ask that the council reconsider speed bumps by way of perhaps referring it to the Public Works Department to come back with an opinion about whether, like in the meadows, but even more importantly on Lower Liberty Street, speed bumps can be investigated with an opinion back about whether it's feasible. One way or another, with a wider street and inevitably faster traffic, we seriously believe that a greater danger to school kids is being invited and should be headed off.
Thank you for that comment. So just as a little bit of information about that, so there are a number of places in Montpelier that have requested speed bumps, and as a response, well, let me back up. One of the reasons why not a lot of speed bumps have been put in place is because there hasn't been a really clear process of how we go about deciding where to put them and how do we vet them properly with the public and with in being informed with a DPW process. And so we had actually tasked the Montpelier Transportation Infrastructure Committee to come up with a process to determine whether or not speed bumps were appropriate. Now, because this is a temporary measure, it may make some sense to sort of evaluate that separately. And I know speed bumps can be put in on a temporary basis, so that seems like at least a worthwhile thing to look into. So if we can just make a note of checking in on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Can I just ask for a point of information?
Sure.
What does checking into it mean?
We can ask Tom McCardle about whether or not we can go outside that process and speed up, just the process, looking at whether or not we can do this as a temporary measure. And particularly what I would be interested in is looking at temporarily installing speed bumps on Liberty Street. Donna.
But there are other elements of traffic calming, and that's one of the things this transportation group is looking at the whole picture and trying to have a real clear process. And so even without that, though, DPW would want to look at it holistically, what would be the best way to slow people down.
And that makes sense. I'm just asking the council to pay special attention to that new problem because of the traffic of school children.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad he asked what does checking into it mean, because I want to ask directly, are we going to get the crosswalk shimmed to drain before this winter snow and ice season?
You want to
Because
introduce yourself?
Steve Whitaker, Montpelier,
Thank you.
related to the safety of having water back up into the crosswalks and freeze. And I called it to city manager's attention over a year ago, right after the paving was done. And it's been ground, but it hasn't been shimmed. Secondly, in tonight, it's very obvious that the priority on getting the system tuned, I looked at the minutes, and the minutes give very short shrift to the issue of crosswalks. I complained about the crosswalks. It doesn't get into the detail, which means we're relying on the video. And the video without audio is deficient. So we really need to get this room tuned quicker so that people can meaningfully participate, hear from anywhere in the room. And that's not something that can be put off month after month.
Thank you.
If I might, it's just worth a reminder, because this pops up every now and then. I follow what's considered best practices and take action minutes. So I don't characterize what people say, or I do as minimally as possible, and that's considered
I didn't
best
mean
practice.
Criticize
Just so
or be
you know, they're,
offensive. I'm saying that it's okay to rely on the video, but only if you're getting good video with audio. So.
Yep, and just so you know, Bill has been out for the last week, so I'll follow up with him about that. Thank you. Yep. Okay, anything further? Okay, oh, yep, go ahead. Okay. Well, what topic did you want to speak
Sam
about?
and I we're from Montpelier. We're here. My name's Laura. We're here from the Citizens Against Plastic Pollution group. Is that charter change?
It is not on the agenda tonight.
Not on the agenda.
And we will not be taking it up tonight.
All right.
Yeah.
And I also just wanted to thank you for sending us the stuff about the grant. And I think we are going to apply for the grant for our citizens group.
Great.
Or
And do you want to clarify what the grant is about?
The grant is for reducing solid waste in our town, and what we're asking for is, and what the charter change is about banning single-use plastic bags in Montpelier. And so what we would apply for the grant, what we wanted to ask for was money to get a bunch of reusable shopping bags made that we will hand out for free.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, anyone else? Great. Okay, moving on. Consideration of the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda as amended.
As amended. Okay, you got it. Further discussion. Right. When do we recuse ourselves?
No, well, as amended was
you-
less that
Less
item.
that. I'm just thinking. Okay, so
So
we'll
that'll be
recuse
the
ourselves
next
next. Okay,
agenda.
great. Thank you. All right. So no further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. And I'm going to recuse myself for this next bit.
All right. So I believe that takes us to the consideration of the appointment for the school. Yes.
First time anyone's ever said that to you.
I know, it's not usually, I'm usually, can you please be quiet? So at this point, we are now going to take up the appointment to the school board. I believe that there's only the one applicant. Andrew, I believe, is here. Would you like to address the council and the public, or? Just wanted to give you the opportunity. Okay, so I suppose at this point, do we have a motion?
I move to appoint Andrew Stein to the Montpelier Roxbury School Board.
And a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'm going to recuse myself because of my job with the Agency of Education.
Okay.
Okay, I think we have enough. I'll have to recuse myself too as employee of Montpelier.
Oh, I don't know.
We won't have enough.
Fine. Well, I think.
I
I'm
don't
also
know.
recusing myself.
Right,
For.
but can I vote?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. All right. All right, so any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of appointing Andrew Stein? Please say aye.
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 Aye. Nay. Votes none. Abstentions, I believe there are 3, and that would be Connor Casey, Mayor Ann Watson and Councilor Rosie Kruger.
Didn't abstain, they excused
Or
themselves.
recused. That's okay, he'll get it.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
different. Thanks for
Great
coming.
Okay. So we have a few appointments to make. So the first up is the Planning Commission appointments. So if any members of the Planning Commission are here, or people who would like to be appointed to the Planning Commission, now would be a good time to introduce yourself. And there are two seats, or two types of seats in this situation. So if you have preferences as to, I'm not looking at it, I think it's either 1 year or 2 year. If your preference is either for the 1 year or the 2 year seat, if you could express that, that would be very helpful. Just come and introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Just, Ann, a process question?
Yes?
Can we hear all three groups that are having appointments so we have one executive session?
Sure, that's fine. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Staff, and Council. My name is Brian Evans. I'm a resident of Montpelier. I live up on Elm Street. I put my name in for the Planning Council Commission just because I want to give back. I'm doing my best. I don't know if this mic is getting back there. I could speak into it, but I don't know if it's coming through the
that's
speakers.
better.
All right. So, I work for the State of Vermont Department for Children and Families. I'm the financial director. I've been involved in public policy, planning work from a capital construction point of view. I have a sort of diverse skill set that I think would be very valuable to the commission, and just put my name in for consideration, and thank you.
Any questions? Great. Thank you.
So I'll hold it. Good evening, everyone. I'm Leslie Welts. Can you hear me back there? Okay. I'm the current chair of the Planning Commission, and everyone on the Planning Commission, I believe, has entered their name seeking reappointment. And I just want to say the group is working really well together, and I would be, supportive of every single member of the Planning Commission being reappointed. I think we cross a lot of demographics right now with our group. We have a lot of thoughtful discussion, and it's sort of an exciting time starting our work on the new city plan. We had a great meeting with a lot of various committees, and some of you were in attendance at the meeting. Thank you for coming, and those of you who weren't there, I guess everyone stay tuned because we're going to keep working on that process. And the immediate work, I'll just use this as a quick update since I'm here. The immediate work that we're working on right now, and I'm sure Mike Miller has been keeping you appraised, is doing zoning fixes. As they receive permit applications, they're realizing there are some difficulties here and there, and so we've identified a few items that probably need to be sent to you immediately for immediate correction, and some others that we'll send more as a package later. So, thank you. I guess if there's any questions, of course.
Thank you, Leslie.
Donna's very strict.
I just put the sign up quietly.
I appreciate it.
Well, I think Leslie took care of that. But I'm Barbara Henry. I'm a current member of the Planning Commission, and I'm very excited about the work that we're doing on the city plan, and really look forward to being able to continue. So, thanks.
Questions?
Hi, I'm Kim Cheney. I sent you all a note saying I'm going to be away for a good part of the winter. I don't want any special treatment. If that's an absolute requirement, then I wouldn't be qualified. On the other hand, if possible, I'd like to serve. I think kind of being at the beginning of the zoning process and working with the prior plan and seeing how it worked out, and more importantly, working with Mike and the planning department and the fellow commissioners, I do think we have the opportunity to have a really productive group, and it's fun to work with. So if I can be of service to the city, I'd like to continue. Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie Smith. I live over on Charles Street. I'm a current member of the Planning Commission. I was appointed back in February, so I'm one of the 2 newest members of the Planning Commission. But it's been a really great experience so far, getting caught up on what happened with the zoning, since I missed what actually happened, but now talking through the punch list. And I'm a planner, so I'm particularly excited about getting to work on the city plan. I work for the state of Vermont doing climate change adaptation planning at a state level, so it's good to be able to bring that to a more local perspective and work with my planning experience on the community where I live and help to continue to keep this a vibrant place. So I would very happily stay on the plan.
All right, I think that is it. Yes, Rosie.
I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of, in accordance with 1 VSA Section 313.
I'm sorry, Rosie, I can't even hear you.
Oh. I move that we go into an executive session for the purpose of an appointment in accordance with 1 VSA Section 313.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will be right back.
Test. Test. Test.
So,
Test.
you get that stack if you want to make sure it's there. Should be.
Testing 1 2 3. 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 Testing, testing. Stepping away from the microphone.
motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we're going to go in order here. So Planning Commission.
I move that we appoint for the 4 2-year terms Leslie Welts, Barbara Conry, Kirby Keaton, and Stephanie Smith. And for the 3 1-year terms, John Adams, Ariane Kasim, and Aaron Kazicki. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, and I just want to say directly to Kim Cheney, thank you so much for your service since 2011. We're so grateful, and best of luck in all your travels. And I also want to invite anyone who, well, I guess I'm speaking to Brian now, but anyone who was not appointed, want to specifically invite you to apply for the Design Review Committee, as there are positions there that we're still looking to fill. So thank you so much to all. All right. And so moving on Design Review Committee.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Liz Pritchett as the alternate on the DRC.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you so much. And Recreation Advisory Board.
I move that we appoint Peter Cohn and Heather Bailey to the Recreation Advisory Board.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Congratulations both, and thank you for committing to serve. All right, so moving on, we're going to go to the Housing Task Force update. So I think you know who you are, and I'm going to invite you all up. And just to make a note, I think we don't have to make any decisions tonight on this topic, but
That's what's nice.
yes, but looking forward to this update.
Just
And then we'll-
educating, no begging.
We're not beyond begging.
You know you're gonna get begging.
You know you're going to get begging.
Totally fair.
I wonder if Kevin or somebody could,
Sign in.
so yeah, just get
Oh
us.
boy, now the pressure.
While Kevin's pulling this up, my name's Jen Holler, and with me is Polly Nickel, and we're the co-chairs of the Housing Task Force. This is the first time we've appeared before this council. So what we'd like to do is kind of give you just a quick overview of what the Housing Task Force does, what we're up to currently, and then talk a little bit about one of the tools that we oversee, the Housing Trust Fund, and make some recommendations as you head into the budget season. And with us in the crowd today are other members of the task force, Jim Libby and Liz Genge and Mary Alice Bisbee, and Joe Triano and Representative Hooper also often join us along with others on occasion. So we're grateful for their contributions. So throughout the presentation, you'll see a sprinkling of pictures from various affordable housing neighborhoods and properties around the community. And here is a picture of the groundbreaking for Taylor Street, which is very exciting and now underway. And then on the bottom are North Branch Apartments, which are along Elm Street and were redeveloped by Downstreet Housing and Housing Vermont some number of years ago. So you're familiar with this, but our basic job is to advise the City Council on housing issues. We also have the specific task of developing guidelines for the use of the Housing Trust Fund, and then we make recommendations around that to you. We'll be doing that a little later on, in addition to recommending funding levels for the trust fund. And basically what we're about is trying to promote an adequate supply of safe, decent housing that's affordable at a range of incomes, so it really can serve everyone in our community. And we're supported by the Department of Planning and Community Development, and most specifically by Kevin Casey. Things that we're working on right now include developing recommendations to you for an update to the guidelines that provide for the oversight and use of the Housing Trust Fund. That was something I think you discussed a few months ago and thought maybe there needed to be a revision and an update, so we're happy to dive into that. And there's a subcommittee that's working on that. We'll bring those back to you when it's a good time for you later in the year. We participated in the kickoff meeting that the Planning Commission held around the new city plan, and we'll be coordinating with them around the housing element or the housing chapter of that. And we'll be supporting and looking the Good Samaritan Haven as they enter into the second year of hosting with Bethany Church the warming shelter, and seeing if there are things that we can do to help them with that work. So as part of the Planning Commission process, we went through the development of what should the city's goals be, or the Housing Task Force goals be for housing. It's pretty detailed. They're structured as aspirations in order to be consistent with other committees. And essentially it's about, we want to have enough housing available and affordable to serve the people of our community. We want housing that's safe, healthy, energy efficient, and in neighborhoods that are vital and have easy access for people, that are accessible, and also allow people to easily access the important elements of our community. And then finally, we want housing that's available to all, that's absent discrimination, and that provides for a really inclusive community. So, all pretty basic stuff, but it's important to have it down somewhere so you can reference it and look back to it. So things that happen in the housing world and the housing market go far beyond our city borders, but and much of it is, we're at the whim of larger economic trends and things that we can't really control, but there are lots of things that municipalities can do, and Montpelier is already doing a lot of them. And they're in these kind of 4 general areas around regulation. Examples of that are permitting. We've just updated the zoning. Building codes help set the stage for the kind of housing that can happen in our community. There's, of course, planning through the master plan, but also housing and economic development strategies that people are updating and working on. And, of course, funding is an important element, and that happens through the Housing Trust Fund, but also in terms of how the city chooses to fund infrastructure. The TIF district is an example of that. And then by being willing to sponsor and secure or apply for state CDBG grants, that brings a lot of resources. So that's another way in which the community supports housing here. And then there's education. So one example of that is the Montpelier Housing Task Force helped host a community conversation on homelessness about 1.5 years ago, I think. And I think that helped people understand what was happening in our community. We were seeing more homelessness. A lot of people was concerned, what can we do about it? What's the best way to help people? What isn't helpful? And then I think that it actually helped make the community more welcoming to the warming shelter when that was proposed. Another example of education is just, how does the city talk about housing? How does it represent itself to developers? How does it communicate with people who come in for permits? How does it characterize what kind of funding is it going to be for housing? It all sends a message to sort of the external world about the city's intention around housing. Another example is just that we just got an email today from Jim Libby that the federal tax reform included some incentives for private building owners to sprinkle their buildings. So maybe we'll look into that, and the Housing Task Force can have a session and encourage people to come and see if that's one way in which we can get some of our older buildings sprinkled that aren't currently. So housing's all about the people who live in it. Fundamentally, it's a basic need. We need to provide it for our citizens. If you don't have a safe, decent, stable place to live, you really can't get much of anything else in your right in your life. You can't be a good citizen. You can't be a good parent. You can't be a good student, employee, advocate. So that's the primary purpose. But housing is also the foundation for lots of other benefits and public goods that we want to see in our community. And these are some examples. So, for example, when Montpelier supports an affordable housing development or new neighborhood that comes with a high standard of energy efficiency and often includes renewable energy sources as the heating. That's been the case in many instances. Diversity is another thing we don't always think about when we think about making sure there's enough affordable housing in our communities. But not only is it ensure economic diversity, but it also brings cultural diversity. Often new Americans that first come to Vermont from different parts of the world, either refugees or others, can find their first homes. They're just getting their feet under them, and often they need affordable housing as a place to land and build their lives here. In fact, the property that you see here in the background, the top, is a picture of what the North Branch Apartments looked like long ago. It was an incredibly distressed, blighted, and then ultimately flooded section of Elm Street, and it took a concerted effort on the part of many, led by Down Street Housing and Community Development, to revitalize that. In time, that became home to many of people who were fleeing the wars in Central Europe, and there were a lot of Bosnian and Serbian families who lived there for quite some time. That's just one example. It's also an example of neighborhood revitalization. You can see that many of the affordable housing projects that we do end up in historic buildings, so that meets that goal of keeping the historic character and preserving unique spaces and places in our community. Whenever there's a project like that that's done, it brings dollars along to deal with lead, asbestos, often brownfields. Some of the properties that I'll show you in a little bit were on contaminated sites, and those projects bring along resources in order to clean that up that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do or be hard pressed to do. Those can be really expensive. And then it grows the grand list. You saw the memo that Polly and the task force prepared. There's lots of information in there, but it's pretty substantial, the grand list growth that the affordable housing projects in Montpelier have contributed. So all that's great, so what's the challenge? What are we looking at here in Montpelier? And these are sort of the main things we're wrestling with. And they're all going to sound familiar to you. Rising rents, rising home prices, very low vacancy rates, a shortage of moderately priced homes, and there's statistics and data around that in the memo, and unfortunately persistent homelessness. There had been a dip in statewide homelessness and in Washington County in 2015. It bumped up in 2016, again in 2017, and it's remained kind of level in 2018. So it's a problem that hasn't gone away. So these challenges are consistent with national trends, but they're exacerbated by Montpelier being a highly desirable place to live. That's putting pressure on our housing prices, both rental and home ownership. This is a quote that just kind of characterized that. It's from the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, lots of data there, but it kind of puts what we're experiencing here in Montpelier in the national context. A shorter quote comes from Sean Donovan, who was President Obama's Secretary of HUD, who said, he declared that the nation was in a rental housing affordability crisis that is the worst the nation's ever seen, and there are a lot of reasons for that. So we feel the pinch here in Montpelier. If Montpelier hadn't done what it has done, it would be a lot worse. So some of the mechanisms we have in place are helping. And here are some signs of recent progress. So created a successful home buyer program. Gone through the zoning update, which has reduced some of the barriers to housing development. The sprinkler ordinance was seen by many as a barrier to new homes being built. There are several housing projects underway. There's the French Block, Taylor Street. There's a private project on Maple Lane down by River Station Condos and the Co-op. All those are really encouraging signs. The warming shelter has been welcomed and successful the first year. And the city has very strong partners in Down Street Housing and Community Development, the Montpelier Housing Authority, and the Good Samaritan Haven, among others. Paul, is there anything you wanted to add here, or I can just run through a few examples of okay, and then turn over. Okay, so here's a few quick shots of properties that the Housing Trust Fund has been used to invest in before. 58 Berry Street, Old High School. Many of you will remember that there was a fire there some years ago, and a lot of conversation around how are we going to restore this building, what should it be. There were Housing Trust Fund dollars helped bring other state and federal sources. The city applied for Community Development Block Grant, and that is now 18 affordable senior apartments, gorgeous apartments, which is what you sometimes get in historic properties, and then of course an incredibly active senior center. So the Housing Trust Fund was a key element in that. And My day job is as I'm working for a housing funder, and I can say if the dollars are really competitive, really lots of communities are stepping up and looking for those state and federal dollars. And if the funders don't see that a community is willing to invest in itself, they're not likely, they're less likely to want to commit their, the dollars that they have to those communities. This one's a little bit further down on Berry Street, called the Bianchi Building, was formerly an auto, Bond Auto Parts. It was vacant for a time. You can see it's all boarded up, but again has been redeveloped and is 8 affordable apartments. Right across the street were River Station Apartments and condominiums. That was in a former industrial site, brownfield, hazardous contamination, and the city played a really central role in helping to make that possible. And now, you know, when you think about it, those are affordable, desirable homes that are on a section in a part of our community that is changing a lot. You can see a lot of people investing along Berry Street. There's Caledonia Spirits happening. You can see people investing in the buildings, the privately owned buildings all around these properties. And I think when our community continues to grow, the bike path, it's going to happen down that corridor. And it's really fortunate that the city has invested in affordable housing here, and those are required through housing subsidy covenants to stay as affordable housing. So there's always going to be a place for people of all incomes in that part of our community. And this is the one that's underway right now. The French Block, $175,000 in housing trust funds helped secure a total of $6 million in state and federal funding for 18 mixed income apartments. There will be some dedicated to the homeless. There will be some that are market rate and just rented at fair market rents, and it's clearly right in the heart of our community. It's just across the street. And I think this is where I'll pretty much finish up. But so the housing challenges, I mean, government can't do everything, but government must provide public funding to provide housing where the private market can't do it. And the private market can't build housing and rent them at affordable rents and cover their costs. So that's why government needs to put in subsidy, essentially, and that's what the city's doing when they support the Housing Trust Fund. And also, the private sector can't take on challenges. These are pictures of the upper floors of the French Block. There's lead, there's asbestos. There's more lead paint hazard there than even the equipment our lead program has could even measure. It was a really challenging layout, and for 70 years, the private sector wasn't able to step in and make that work, and so it's taken the public funding to do that, and it's going to be a real resource for us. So those are examples of what the Housing Trust Fund has been able to support in the past. And now Polly will talk about the homebuyer program.
Okay, well, I wanted to just spend a few minutes digging a little deeper into the Housing Trust Fund. And the Housing Task Force truly believes that the trust fund needs a predictable and growing pot of money. And as Jen said, it's really been key to redevelopment of projects in Montpelier. $635,000 has been spent since 2007 when the trust fund started, but that has generated an additional $4.3 million for the city's grand list, and when the French Block is completed, that number will go up. And that $4.3 million is almost $120,000 annually in new taxes. And as Jen said, it's leveraged tens of millions of dollars in state and private investments. To remind you of what the Economic Development Strategic Plan says, it calls for a variety of housing types, quote, to build the pipeline of workforce talent, and it also says an adequately funded trust fund will be an important tool in financing the variety of housing types called for in this strategic development, in this Economic Development Strategic Plan. So, brief history, it was in the memo. It began in 2007 as 1 cent for housing, and the public support, it was a ballot item, and the support was so strong that after a few years, the council decided it should just be part of the city budget. Jen showed you some of the projects that it has funded, and it has also funded a program, which is the first-time home buyer program. In terms of projects, the trust fund has facilitated the creation of 94 new multi-family units, mostly apartments, but some condos, and the purchase of 16 homes by first-time home buyers. So we think that both programs are important. The multifamily rentals bring lots of investment and resources to the city. They clean up blighted or vacant properties. They add to the housing stock. And it's an important tool to maintaining an economically and culturally diverse community. And as we said, it adds to the grand list. First-time home buyers program encourages young families to buy in the city. It enables older homeowners to downsize, and it puts kids in our schools, and it brings in state aid to education. And the community development staff did a little survey of people who had received first-time homebuyer program money in the past, and here are just a few of the results. 75% of those surveys reported the program made them more interested in buying in Montpelier. 75% said it made it possible or helped them to afford a home in our community, and 87% said it was the best form of first-time homebuyer assistance as opposed to something else like a rehab loan. So just a couple quotes. One simply said, the first-time homebuyers down payment assistance program made it possible for my family to purchase a home in Montpelier. But this one, I think, really captures it. Scratching together the down payment was difficult, especially trying to save while paying off student loans. That, coupled with childcare costs and decent but not great wages. We looked at other local communities that were less expensive, mainly Barry and Barrytown. But with the down payment assistance, we were able to move to Montpelier, thanks. And that just, I think, captures the essence of the program and what we're hoping for. So what do we think the trust fund needs? We had a long conversation at the Housing Task Force about how much we should ask for, and what we decided was we would start with what we really thought was needed to keep it healthy, to fund a multifamily development like the French Block every 2 to 3 years, and to have a modest first-time home buyer program. And the number we came up with was $150,000. And we know that's a bold request, but that's what we think is really needed. And in the memo, and we're not going to take your time to go through it today, we did give you some suggestions that have been used elsewhere in the country by other municipalities to generate money to support affordable housing. To date, it's come from the general fund. It would be great to maintain a base allocation from the general fund, but there's also some other ideas that we've laid out for you to explore to augment it. So just in conclusion on the trust fund, I just, we want to say we think it's been highly successful. The photos that Jen has shown you have illustrated that. It's leveraged millions of dollars in other resources. It's allowed the city to demonstrate to funders of specific projects its commitment to providing affordable housing. It's restored vacant or underutilized properties. It's added to the housing stock. It's added to the grand list. The First-Time Homebuyers Program has enabled young families with children to buy homes in the city, and many of these families would not have been able to do so without help from the fund. It's also, and I think this is really important, it's sent a message that Montpelier wants to encourage young families to move to the city. I mean, realtors know about it, they talk about it. It's a positive message on behalf of the city. So we also wanted to say thank you to the council for the past support of the trust fund. And we hope that as you begin to build next year's budget, you seriously consider a request for increased funding and look at our suggestions for ways that might be accomplished.
And I just wanted to close with this picture, and the little boy there is my father, and he's sitting on the front porch of their apartment on Berry Street. And he lived in rental housing through his childhood. His dad worked on the railroad and helped build 89. His dad's dad was a mailman, and his dad's dad was the station master at the depot building across from Shaw's. And it wasn't until I was 10 and when my parents were able to buy their first home, and they bought a ranch on Berlin Street. And it was from there that they were actually be able to build some equity and some assets, and they were able to provide opportunities for my sister and I, and then ultimately our kids that he and his previous family hadn't been able to enjoy. But the reality is that my family, or people who have those kinds of professions, couldn't afford to live in Montpelier now. So I think, and then there are a lot, and they were fine, but they couldn't afford to live in Montpelier, and there's a lot of people who struggled and had less than they did who certainly couldn't afford to live in Montpelier. So I think it's really important that we stay mindful of making sure that our community is a place where people of all walks of life can live and make their lives. And that's it.
Thank you so much. So, questions? Yes, Rosie.
So I have one question. I read your memo, and I was interested and intrigued by the idea of a property transfer tax on housing houses sold above $500,000. And I don't know if you did any research, or if maybe city staff can look into whether a charter change would be required in order for us to implement that. I think it might be, and before we kind of investigate that idea further, that would be an important piece of information to
And
know.
that was Mary Hooper's sense, that she said, yeah, I think it would require a charter change.
Okay. So that would be, I would be interested in having city staff look into that a little bit more if others are interested in that.
I was also interested in that one.
And part of the theory behind that is there aren't a lot of sales yet in that price range, but you can just see them creeping up. There's a lot in the $400,000 range now, and information that the Regional Planning Commission gave us said there were 29 properties in Montpelier that are residential properties that are valued over 500,000. So, you know, it seems like the time to do it is now. Where you?
And I would assume that if we did, we would tag it to inflation and, you know, that sort of thing. But I think a first step is to figure out if we even have the power to do it, and if we don't, then
that makes sense to me. Further. Yeah, we should definitely look into that. Donna.
I was interested, why the 500,000 and not the 400,000? You said we had more. I just, is there some parallel of other communities doing this at that level?
No, it just, you know, it's a nice round number, and
it also seems that at that level, then that's not going to create a hardship for anybody who's paying that amount, and maybe it's okay for them to provide some funding to help for people who aren't able to buy a $500,000 house.
Yeah, or 400, yeah.
Okay, so we could possibly play with that.
Yeah,
There are a lot of houses that you would think of, you know, that just would, you know, 3-4 bedrooms that, you know, a family might need that are in the 400,000 range now.
I just wanted to thank you. It seems as though the Housing Task Force over the years has been really mindful of the impacts of gentrification on communities, and I think that while well-intentioned, often gentrification leads to a complete lack of diversity. And it's clear that that's something that your committee has considered, and I think that the council is also really trying to work on. But I felt it important to acknowledge that it seems like people in town are aware of that and are actively working to prevent that from happening in our community.
Connor.
Sort of along the same lines, I've been working with the Community Justice Center, and the biggest thing I've noticed is some of the folks getting out of prison, you know, on probation or parole. Really, the key to their success is, you know, being back in their communities where they have that support system. And we see people getting sent back to prison just because they can't find proper housing. So I'm just sort of curious, are there conversations with the Community Justice Center in cases where there are publicly funded, like, housing units available? Are there restrictions put on somebody with a criminal history? Just want to make sure these folks have a, you know, shot when they do get out here.
Yeah, it is a little tricky because if there's federal funding, unfortunately, you can't have ever had a meth lab in your house, and you can't have a criminal record, are the two things that, so those are, but I think that there are some ways there can be an appeal and some things that can be done, but it does present a challenge. But I do know that the Community Justice Center has been in touch around some of those things, and that's certainly a population we want to serve.
And I think Liz, who's the property manager for Down Street, wanted to answer that, if that's okay.
For that. So I work at Down Street Housing. I'm also on the task force. And yes, they've been,
Can you say your name?
speaking with us about.
Hey, Liz. Can you say your name?
Liz Kinch from Down Street Housing.
Great, thank you.
And also a member of the task force. I had a great public speaker. But I did want to just say that the Community Justice Center in Montpelier came to us and will be presenting to our staff, and we are going to be master leasing some of our market making assets. Similarly, we do that with the Service Bureau, we do that for the Smart Shelter, so things like that. Those partnerships, like one household at a time.
Thanks very much.
Anyone else? Jack.
This isn't a question, but I just want to observe, we've got 2 new co-chairs, and I've been on the Housing Task Force for a long time, and I go to the meetings now. There's tremendous, very positive energy. The people on the task force are very knowledgeable and experienced, and I think things are going as well with the task force as they have gone in maybe ever. And it's a real contribution to the community.
That's great. So I guess I would just add, I mean, you did in your memo include some alternate funding mechanisms as well, and I'm certainly interested in, having a conversation about what's the right level of funding. Is it 150,000? And I think probably the best time to have that conversation is around budget time, but looking forward to that. But then also thinking about these other avenues as well, and I just wanted to put out there that I would be, I'm just gonna, obviously just speaking for myself here, but like I would be interested in having further conversation around, it was like 1, 2, and 3 and 4. Anyway, what were they? So it was the reinvestment of a percentage of revenue from added value added due to y'all's investment. The second one is reinvesting a percentage of new revenue from development in general. I think that's worth a conversation. Talking about meals, rooms, and alcohol tax. I mean, we dedicated that to infrastructure development. And I think this certainly counts. So that would be interesting, but especially the one Rosie brought up, the surcharge for homes that sell for more than $500,000, and if it's really 400, whatever the right price is, I think that's fine. Those, I think those that would be a lot to talk about, and I don't know if we want to try to focus on one of them. I mean, it probably makes sense to try to just like do one at a time, but I just want you to know that I'm certainly open to those. Great. Eileen, did you have something you want to say?
So should I try to talk into this? Is it working now? Or should I just talk loudly? Yeah, really close?
Or you can
take it out of the stand.
All right, just 2 quick comments. First of all, I
also
really
introduce
wanted
yourself.
to thank you all. What a great presentation, overview of the history of the trust fund and just what it's accomplished and where it's going. So thank you for that great presentation. But 2 things I want to highlight, and Jen mentioned the issue of getting community investment in projects. So we've had some great success in the past few years, and there's a lot of factors that play into it, but in no small part was the fact that the city was able to utilize the funds from the trust fund to get French Block to happen. Those kind of projects, it's an incredibly competitive environment. The needs are nationally all over the state, so it makes a huge difference having that money available when the time comes to try to do a project like the French Block. So critical funding to have that trust fund, and Montpelier's done a great job, and there are not, I get to highlight that when I'm asking for money and support. And the other thing I really wanted to highlight is the first-time homebuyer program. It's super popular. We administer the program, but the quote that Holly shared just really speaks to it, and I'm not sure how aware everyone is of the college debt and childcare crisis that young families are facing today, it is a huge issue. We are now sort of talking, I've been speaking to Northfield Savings Bank and the state treasurer about this, that we feel like this could be the next housing crisis coming our way because young families just cannot afford home ownership. And we saw the quote from the Harvard group that it's a national problem. So having that little extra bit, that $7,500 or whatever we decide it's going to be, makes a huge difference. So I really support the recommendation that the task force made for the $150,000, and I think given the history, you can really feel confident that it will be well spent.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Also, that was Eileen. But you know.
I'd make a comment, Steve Whitaker. I'd like to just tie a thread together. I've asked that the Commission Council consider devoting some real time to broadband planning and its connection. But here's the connection, is that the affordability of housing is directly tied to your other expenses. And if people are going to, in Montpelier, are going to spend $100 a month extracted by Comcast and taken out of state, our broadband plan can provide, in circumstances like down the street, one building can be fed with a gigabit circuit, and it might cost $10 a month to the tenants living there. So there's planning that you need to be engaged with that can bring the cost of this housing down in more ways than one.
Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Laura Gephardt. I'm the Executive Director of the Montpelier Development Corporation. So I just wanted to come and speak in support of the Housing Task Force and their request tonight. I do want to highlight from the great presentation, very thorough presentation and memo that they provided, that the vacancy rate is across the board. So we're feeling this tightness in the housing market at all levels of income. And I think it's so wonderful, and we're very fortunate to have affordable housing advocates like Downstreet and the people who sit on the Housing Task Force. But I do want to bring attention to a large majority of the folks who work in Montpelier that still cannot afford to live here or are barely able to afford to live here. And it just highlights a really challenging situation that market rate housing is really difficult to build from a private standpoint. So I'm encouraged by the continued conversations coming out of the Housing Task Force, and I look forward to being part of those a little bit more and just bringing some perspective from the business community as well, and some of the challenges that they're facing in attracting future talent. How do we do so for the talent that wants to live in proximity to where they work, and for the talent that wants to be living in an engaged community like Montpelier. So I just want to have you keep that in mind as you consider their requests as well. The Housing Task Force serves a whole host of housing needs in this community.
Thank you, Laura. Other comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
time.
Thanks for taking the time.
Okay, moving on to the proposed parking garage structural design update. And do I understand correctly that you were projecting something also?
I'm going to try.
Okay, good.
But by way of backup, I'm going to give you my slides printed out just in case something.
Is that what you already got? Yes. Is that what you already got?
Thank you.
going to put this image up and leave it up. There are other images in the package, and I'll use those if people have questions. When last we met with the council, we talked about the form of the garage, the way in which circulation worked, and the council made a selection to go with a switchback or single helical style of garage. We got a lot of great input from the community. Yeah, full screen that. Regarding the design of the cladding of this garage, and we've been focusing in the last week on that issue as well as a couple of critical permit issues. The image that's put up here is a view sort of from about 80 feet in the air looking to the west over the garage towards the proposed Hampton Inn. The gray box you can kind of see in the background is the existing Capitol Plaza. On the far left-hand side of the screen, you can see just a small piece of the One Taylor Street project. And close by, it's a little difficult to discern separate from the Capitol Plaza is the mass of the proposed apartment building that Christ Church may at some point do. The big change here, I think, in terms of the floor planning, one thing that I do want to point out is that after hearing from the public and working on this proposal shows a ground floor that is more or less level. And the idea behind that is twofold. One is it helps us advance our design issues with the floodplain managers. But it also creates some additional utility to this structure that could allow for alternative uses of this ground floor if a policy ever evolved to make that possible. And I think it's an answer to people who had hoped for the whole building to have flat floors, but it's also sort of strategically in the best possible place because it can act as a continuation of the Haney lot, which, as I understand it, will continue to host the at least a portion of the farmers market. And so there's a possibility of some creative crossover there. So the other thing about creating a level ground floor is it allows us to more closely design the structure to comply with Section 2101E of the Unified Development Regulations, which is essentially, I'm not sure it really applies in this case, but it's a good guideline to go by in terms of articulating the structure in more interesting ways. So as you look at it, one of the things we've changed is we've alternated the pattern of solid and green wall systems in order to more closely conform with the regs. Any one bay of material is going to be about 42 feet long. None of them are longer than that. So what you get is you get a solid spaced with a green piece, with another solid with a green piece. And from a distance, what that will do is give the impression of a collection of smaller buildings, and hopefully it goes a long ways towards making it so that it's not, it doesn't read as one big building. Also, as you look at the corner of the structure here where the masonry is, you see a sort of clear delineation of the bottom, a strong band at the top of the first floor, a sort of shaft, and then a strong cornice at the top. This is also a reflection of the LDRs, the Unified Development Regs in Montpelier. And so we wanted to address that specific concern that was raised. You can also see that we've provided a lot more glass into the stair towers, so you can kind of see the stairs switching back and forth inside the stair tower. And lastly, we've created places, as you can see about halfway down the south side there, where there's that big arch, which would be a granite wall, and above that we're showing gallery panels for some pretty significant public art. Those are paintings I like. They're not necessarily, I think what I'm hopeful of is, though, that a public process could begin to sort of start thinking about what that art might be. A great way to bring the citizens of the city back, sort of into the process in a more creative way. But we also, since this is going to be, this side of the building, the south side of the garage is going to be facing Confluence Park, the new Confluence Park, it sort of creates a more interesting and more lively backdrop to that public event. And I'm going to try to do this if I can. Oh boy. This is not my computer, so I'm not quite sure. Ah, here we go. I'm going to pop up exterior elevations. There we go. Oh, can I open the other one? Oh, this little folder here. Okay, thanks. Sorry about this. This is not my computer. Yeah, okay.
Yours never misbehaves.
No, I'm just not that clever when it comes to these things. I just want to maximize the image. So here you see it in elevation form, and I think that makes it a much more clear case as far as the alternating patterns of masonry and green growy stuff with the gallery panels and the big stone arch sort of centered on the facade facing south. You're seeing the obverse view of that, which is the side facing State Street. A little more closed in for a portion of that, but that's where we would overlap with a proposed future apartment building at Christ Church. And I'm gonna just try.
The dark space open?
Yeah, those are openings. I'm not sure why that one particular came off as dark, but all those large rectangular openings, I still am advocating for a sort of sculptural effect inside those portals. And, you know, we'll work that out in more detail as we go through the Design Advisory Committee and the Development Review Board. But that was an idea that evolved during the first iteration of this garage, and I'm not ready to give it up because I think it's got a potential to be kind of interesting and exciting way to handle that. But what this facade does do is it does allow us to have enough open space in the garage that we don't have to mechanically ventilate it. And it also goes a long ways towards addressing flood issues. And principally, I think it's a much better fit with the Unified Development Regulations as they're now written. So,
When cars are in there, you won't see straight through, though, right? So where you have those angular
well,
holes
they
in place of
correspond with
arch.
openings on the other side of the building.
Right, but in between there's cars, so
Oh,
you
yeah,
see cars, right?
there would be stuff inside the garage, yeah. And I'm sorry. I just want to bring up the civil site plan. Bear with me. There. This is an image of the footprint showing some key features. The civil engineering drawings are under development. I bring this up to point out we're maintaining a driveway access to the adjacent property. You can also see it, I don't know if I can use a cursor. Yeah. So you can see in this area here where we're showing a secondary means of exit from the garage and also access to this adjacent property owner. There is a 20-foot setback from the top of the bank in this district. The plan as presented now complies with that. But the property line kind of cuts right through here, so we have set the corner of the building to comply with that regulation, even though there's an intervening property owner. One other thing I want to bring up, since it was a very important part of our discussion last time, was, hang on a minute. I don't know if I can figure out how to do this. Well, there are multiple sheets in this, I believe. So I need to go to sheet. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to close this one. Yeah, I think what I'm looking for here is F11. I want to go back to this and find C5. Please bear with me, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm seeing it. Anyhow, in your application packages, there were utility drawings showing our accommodations to the people at Christ Church. I think there was some concern that because the display materials at our last meeting didn't include that there was some diminution of our commitment to making that work. And I just want to reiterate that we have made plans in the design of these two properties to address stormwater concerns raised by the folks at Christ Church and vetted by their independent engineers. I know that's continuing concern to the church folks, so I'm going to continue to bring it up. And I just want to... This is a more a drawing of the original subdivision, the original plan as approved, in case anybody wanted to see that. So, this shows the relationship with the top of the garage, the parapet at the high point, as it addresses the Hampton Inn next door. So you can see that the top of the garage extends up to about the floor level of the fourth floor of the garage, except for this little bit of a tower here on the end, which is as tall as it is because there's an elevator inside there that needs to go to the top level. And I know that also shows pretty well.
So can I ask a question about
Yes.
that drawing? That makes it look like there really isn't a pedestrian walkway between the garage and the Hampton Inn. Has that changed now to the other side? Or is there still intended to be a walkway there?
There will be a, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. There will be a 10-foot space between those buildings with an imaginary property line between them at 5 feet off of each structure. You know, the illustrations are sort of artistic conception. It doesn't show that space as wide as it should be, but I don't know why that is, but the working drawings show that space. We are still contemplating some kind of pedestrian access via the Haney lot to the rear portion of the site, and those details will emerge as we go through development review. This view in particular was created to help show that relationship of the overlap of the garage. Even though they're close together, that overlap is fairly short because this portion of the hotel is narrower than the rest of the building. So from here on down to the remaining corner, that's all open. And in the latest version of this, we've included some green screen facing westward towards the Taylor Street entrance of the project. And this also shows the degree to which the facade is notched out. There's a fairly significant break in plane there, and then the individual planes are sort of going back and forth as well. So lots of improvements in the sort of fine-grained detailing of the garage has been our primary focus since we last met with you. The engineering drawings are proceeding apace, and a major application package will be submitted to the city tomorrow morning reflecting these changes with any comments that members of the council and the public may have this evening. So that's the broad overview, and then I'd like to set myself up for questions if I could.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jack, go ahead.
While we have this picture on, is there, am I seeing a wall on the ground there, sort of, at the left of the picture, we have the railroad tracks, and then parallel to that, over to the right a little bit, it looks like a wall. Is that
like a retaining wall?
What it is?
Yeah.
Because the grade is higher at the parking garage level?
What we are proposing is the project site will drop in volume by about 4 feet. That's going to do several things for us. It's going to allow the south wall of the garage to be remained open for flood flows. It also sort of takes the balance of this site and kind of puts it all down at the Haney lot level so that the pedestrian features can work together. And most importantly, that's volume that we need for the floodplain management to work in this part of town. I think everybody should know, as I mentioned at the last hearing, our goal here is when this project is done to have no net increase in the amount of no lost volume of storage capacity relative to flooding. And so what you're seeing is that we would drop grade in and around the building to expose more of it, to open up the ground floor facade, to provide for those flood flows, and to create a volume of storage that compensates for the balance of the development.
Thanks.
So I want to, you go ahead.
Sorry, I think this is going to be a quick one. On the same drawing, I'm curious about just how the green walls work. This is something that was pointed out to me after the last presentation, that the green walls in these renderings don't go all the way to the ground. So it looks like they must be rooted in planter structures or something like that, especially on that, what would that be, the east wall?
Well,
I don't know if you know this off the top of your head.
If you look at the south side, you'll see that those do come down to grade. Ideally, these will be planted in soil around the building, and they'll train up to grow on it. This north side, the rendering was a little quick, but I think what we haven't illustrated yet is there needs to be a green buffer at the bottom of that wall for those things to be planted in. They can grow up the security grate that we have below on that side of the building. I think in the hurry to get the rendering out today, though, we stopped landscaping at like 3 o'clock.
Sure. But the idea is generally that they would be rooted in the ground.
Soil, yes. Okay. Yeah, and these would not be. There are some living wall systems where there are like little buckets of soil and watering systems and things. Those are generally. That's not what we're trying to do here. Okay. What we're doing is kind of a robust trellis, and we're looking for more native plants to grow from ground level up.
Sorry, are you talking about this portion as well right here?
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little worried about that because there is part of me that likes the option of having that be open, and just like visually having it be sort of a part of that. Anyway, I just want to express that I have mixed feelings about that.
I wonder.
Rosie, yeah.
So I think the reason I'm like you maybe like the idea of it being open is that potentially, farmers market could move under there on a rainy day, or that kind of maybe has some interesting, like you were talking about with the flat floor. And so then if there's not a way to get in there, if it's all covered with vines, then that precludes that option. I'm wondering just about, like, can we have one section of it be some sort of interesting wrought iron gate or something that could be opened up, and then the rest of it is vines?
Sure. And I think those are the kinds of things that we'll sort out as we go through the design review process. Pedestrian accesses will be facing State Street, both up adjacent to the hotel and also down at the other end of the project site here on the east end. Early on in the project, when we started talking about the parking garage, amongst the various city departments we talked to was also the police department. And one of the things we want to do in terms of a safety thing is sort of have control over entrance and egress, so that people can use the garage in confidence, and it just creates a more secure environment to sort of control where people come and go from. But yeah, I don't think the entire length of that green screen has to have soil underneath it for it to take off, but we have to have significant enough beds that they can get up there. Once they climb up the building, they'll spread wherever they can.
So, and before you go down, I just want to jump on that. I'm glad that you mentioned police review, because that's something that also come up in conversation after the last presentation, was just making sure that the police have had adequate time to review and give their input into what they think is safe.
We've met with them on several occasions.
Okay,
great. In service of the original project.
Okay.
I think that the values of the issues that we talked about then will remain in place. We are talking about some form of video surveillance inside the garage and around its perimeter. And I also mentioned the availability of emergency phones or intercoms on each level.
Okay,
and
thank you.
They have looked at these drawings, and the fire department have looked at these drawings once, and they will look at them again.
Okay, great, thank you.
Design review.
Donna.
I have 2 or 3 points. One, I'm really impressed that you took all the suggestions, there's so many, and came out with something that looks really reasonable. I actually like that arch where you put it and the art above it. I don't like that you kept the towers flat, but so maybe they could be an arch too.
Okay?
But also, the conversation you were having about the opening, one of the pictures you gave us last time in the smaller packet that had the
Right.
cover letter, it showed the rooted plants like every far length. So it wasn't the whole thing, but instead of being totally open, there would be like 2 different root sets coming down. So you still had room for cars and people. So this
Right.
makes it more feasible to have it pretty open, but yet still closed.
I'll incorporate that thinking into the east elevation as we move forward.
Also, I want to come back to Glenn. I feel like I interrupted you. Did you have anything else? Okay. Okay. I just want to add a couple things. I love that you have an archway in there, and coming back to Glenn's comment the last meeting, I like that it seems structural, right? At least is that.
I like the archway too. It looks
Okay.
great. Yes.
I have a question. This right here, there's some kind of barrier there, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
if we look at the drawings, you'll see there's a sort of a wrought iron fence that's
Okay.
about 7 feet tall around the ground floor on the back sides.
Okay. I love the windows in the stairwells and up at the top of the parapets there. And I think the art is great, and I like that there's more like sort of detailed moldings. I think that's really nice. It's just it says like it's an interesting building. Like I really like it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Rosie.
I had a couple. I'm a little bit worried. So this retaining wall on the railroad track is a new thing, right?
It is.
Okay.
Well, let me back up and say, throughout the process of the original Hampton Inn project and the original garage design, there were always walls in the backs of these buildings. But this approach, this sort of carving into the land is new.
So I just want to make sure we're really thoughtful about making sure that that doesn't impede pedestrian access to the park, and that we do have good access points in spite of that wall.
Yeah.
And that maybe there's some. And I think there are opportunities, but I want to make sure we don't forget that.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I was actually glad to see that there was a wall there, because I think technically people can't cross the railroads anyway.
Yes.
Right. So this actually
Right.
impedes.
So we
people
put
from
them
crossing
where
the
we want
railroads
them to cross the
appropriately.
road. Okay.
And that feels okay to me. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
And then, so we are supposed to have an ADA accessible access to the bike path, and I'm very confused now about where that's going.
Yeah. I don't have a finished drawing illustrating exactly how that's going to work yet, but it's an issue that's arisen out of this whole stormwater thing. So we're working on that. The bike path, sort of this little triangle of green space you see here by the arch, just about where it says type here to search is where the bike path kind of comes around, and we'll have to ramp up to that somehow, because we need to solve this volume problem.
So is the thinking now that comes through the Heaney lot?
Sorry?
That comes through the Heaney lot? That's the thinking now?
Yes, I think based on the opportunity and the suggestion that's brought up, I think that it's sort of a both-and situation. I think we'll want to continue to have some kind of access from the hotel to that, and I think we also want to provide a similar facility coming through the Haney lot.
Okay.
Even if it ends up just being green stripes on the pavement, we do want to make those connections back through.
And then the last question I have is about lighting, and we didn't talk about that at all last time,
Okay.
but I want to make sure that we're really thoughtful about that, because I think that can really make the difference in how safe people feel, and also in how the whole building fits in around to the buildings around it. So I don't know if you've got thoughts on that already, or if
I
that's
do.
to be decided.
And I was just going to try to find a. So that's one thing we've been talking about right along, is we want to use LED lighting everywhere we can, because we would like to be able to sort of get this to a status of net zero in terms of energy use. This would be the typical ceiling-mounted light. It's pretty big in diameter, but we've got this kind of curvy theme happening in the elevations.
I guess I'm thinking more about exterior lighting. So.
Okay, and then I show that because it comes with I don't think that's going to be the right one. Okay, here we go. it corresponds to a matching site light, so that the lights on the top of the structure would be this. Out along the driveways and stuff, previous approvals showed a more traditional gas light looking fixture with an LED guts. And so for the surface driving areas in through the hotel project and stuff, we're going to continue that. But inside the garage and at the top floor of the garage, you'd see something like this.
And are these ones that'll reduce the light pollution? It'll just be directed downward?
They're full cutoff fixtures,
Okay.
and they're also completely LED, so very energy efficient and dark sky. They'll meet the dark sky requirement for this type of zone.
Okay, great.
Great. Ashley.
Did we ever resolve the issues that Christ Church raised at the last meeting?
Well, I think it was a concern mostly born out of the sense that they maybe they were looking at new drawings and they weren't seeing our earlier conversations reflected. And that's why I was trying to bring my copy of C5, which I know I have printed out large scale. I don't see it on the thumb drive, unfortunately. But our engineering package has always included, I'm just going to hold this up for people. This is the civil engineering drawing C5 from the hotel project. And it shows the improvements that were proposed to make the Christ Church people whole, which included careful grading analysis, some kind of drop inlet structure, and a pathway to get to the main sewer system, and some secondary yard drainage to protect the memorial garden from flooding. Our engineers worked through that, designed it, and then the church had Engineering Ventures of Burlington review and comment on the original design, and changes were made. So all of the output of that process remains in place. And I think just because you were seeing preliminary drawings, they didn't have every catch basin drawn on it. But those items are still defined in our work and will still be a part of this. As far as the setback issue goes, I think that's something we'll take up at the Development Review Board level, but we are maintaining a green buffer space on the north side of the garage. It may not be exactly what the previous iteration of the application showed, but it is still a major concession in a no setback district. I think there's ample opportunity for them to continue their plans to develop their property in a way that will work with this project. And we continue, when we do visual analysis and stuff, we continue to show their building as a placeholder. I don't know if they'll ever get happy, but I can say that we've kept our commitments thus far, and we haven't retreated from any of the major elements that were necessary for this to work for them.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, Ashley, we've met with them several times, and we continue to meet with them, and we've taken the MOU that they had made a lot of progress with the Becheras, and we're working through those issues on 8 out of 10 of them. We're in complete agreement, and we continue to work on the couple that we're just still working on. But we meet with them regularly.
Great, thank you. Donna.
Well, in our packet last week, we had the C4, but we didn't have the C5. Could you get us whatever?
Hey, Donna, can you speak into your...
Yes,
Thank you.
It's on this side. We have C4 in our packet from last week, but we don't have C5. And that would show us more clearly what you're talking about as the church potential housing sitting. Can you get that to us, or the latest revision of it?
Of course,
That
of
would be
course.
helpful.
And bear in mind, C5 is in the public record already. It's part of the record drawings.
So it would be
for
on the website?
Well, it would be in the packages for the original Hampton Inn and Suites application and approvals.
Yeah, but I don't have it.
But I'm happy to resubmit it as part of this application.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't end up on the thumb drive. I guess that's me in a hurry to get out of the office.
So I just want to check in. Any further comments from councilors, and then we'll go to the public. Yeah.
Sorry, just one more. So there aren't windows in the midsection on this one. There aren't windows here.
Right.
What's the reason for that?
That was me being architect-y, I guess.
Okay.
Let me,
Because the elevator's on the other side, right? So that's not.
yeah, it's on the opposite corner of the building, right? So, she's referring to this blank section of wall here. And it was.
Okay, I don't have a strong feeling. I just was.
It was meant to put some ground space between this big panel of windows and this sculptural element here.
The open space, I think.
It's fine.
That's okay, Rosie, you can.
There's a bit of texture there that you can't see in the, you know, in an LED projector. That there's the part of that masonry forms columns on the corners, and then there's a little bit of a recess there.
Okay.
And there's some interesting bonding going on in the brick too. We're showing a Flemish bond, which is a little more interesting. So we've done some things here that aren't readable, but that was intended to sort of space those two elements out.
Great. Okay, further questions from councilors? Okay, any comments from the public? Are you walking forward to comment? It's okay.
Steve Whitaker, chief critic. We continue to cut corners here. I learned today that the driving force causing these corners to be cut is this supposedly secret document, a threat from Hilton to withdraw the franchise if we don't start building, if Bashar doesn't start building this year. I'm told that's not available to the public. In my frame of reference, anybody who's asking for public assistance, which Bashar is doing, is required to disclose some of their privacy details. A document proving that Hilton is not willing to extend this franchise into next year should be demanded by the council. Otherwise, we're cutting corners for no good reason at all.
So, if I may comment on that, I mean, we work with White and Burke, and they're a third party, and so they've been a great go-between for us. Carry on.
I'm still asking for the proper response. If somebody's going to claim it exempt or even give me a redacted version, maybe the numbers of the lease fees, license fees are redacted, but the threat to cancel the franchise, I'd like to see that in writing. A casualty of this, among many that I'm talking to, is faith and trust in government. If we're barreling along, it seems like the council and some business leaders have made up their mind and, you know, we're going to duck and run like this was Kavanaugh, and y'all were Republicans. So take that for what it's worth. The garage economics are absolutely flawed. We applied into a TIF plan for this district, and I have confirmed that the cost of maintenance of the green wall are not factored in. The air-conditioned room for the servers, the video equipment is not factored in. There's a lot of, the expenses of running this garage could be 2 to 3 or 4 or 5 times what they've been estimated at. So, and as I understand it, the Bashar agreement is structured so he's got a fixed cost, which means the overage of operations and maintenance. Last week, my brother was here from Santa Monica, and they have 6 of these garages in Santa Monica. And the cost, the necessity from all the brake dust and the rubbed off tire rubber chokes any plants, and they require a weekly or bi-weekly power washing. Those costs are not built into our estimates here, our maintenance costs. Similarly, I heard about the maintenance of the drains and filter system for the stormwater. Getting some real numbers of the cost of that maintenance and the frequency of it is essential. The renderings, they really misrepresent what here. This is new, that we're going to have a fortress wall, whereas last week we were going to have exit from the garage out to the park. And now we're told that you're not going to have an exit out the back of the garage to go to the park. You're going to hit a retaining wall. This doesn't show the railroad bridge. The railroad bridge extends 20, 40 feet into where this footprint is. I just walked over there during your meeting and walked over to measure, to pace off at 20 feet. It's literally 19 or 20 feet to the river at this corner. But we're moving too fast. we don't have our economics right, we don't have our planning right, we're trying to design aesthetics by committee, and it's just reckless. There's no traffic study. I'm told that by our assistant city manager that we've contracted for one now. But those take considerable amount of time to do when prior parking studies that I've looked at indicate 2 or 3 turnovers a day. And if we have 300 spaces that are going to turn over 2 or 3 times, we've got 1,200 cars a day coming in and out of this driveway. That's not going to be a quick traffic study. I understand that state employees stay longer and hotel are off clock. Conflict with prior plans. We have a Montpelier 2030 sustainability design charrette that came out with a great vision. And true, it hasn't been fully adopted by the powers that be, but it runs directly in conflict with this size of a building and this location. So you're basically going to saddle and preclude a real confluence park. The 2000 Riverfront Park talked about not putting the parking up against the river, and open space and performance space. And you're going to foreclose those opportunities if you just keep barreling down this road. We need to get our alternative, our rail and satellite parking plans done first before we determine whether we really have a need for this big of a parking structure at this location. Many people come to Montpelier because they like Montpelier the way it is, not because they want to park in a garage to get to the stores. Street parking is part of the charm of Montpelier. And I think the biggest risk is that the traffic created by this is going to necessitate turning the Haney lot into a street and putting a stoplight out at Elm, because we didn't factor in that this driveway from Taylor to the Northfield Savings Banks cannot handle the load of traffic. So I think I'm happy to elaborate at another time, but I think I've made myself loud and clear.
Thank you, Steve. Other comments from the public? Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
If I may, I'm actually, I'm looking at the public records rules in the state law in Title I, and where there is a public-private partnership and there's some benefit derived by a governmental entity, it kind of does seem like that agreement might actually be subject to disclosure. Have we received a request at all for that, or for the development agreement, because the city is going to be using TIF to create
Sorry, the agreement between the Hilton and the Becheras?
Well, I mean, so the only way that's going to happen is if the parking garage happens, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Right.
That is correct.
So I think that it sort of almost by default becomes part of a government project, because the only way it's going to happen is if the government acts.
So, I mean, I think it's something that we can talk with White and Burke about and Becheras, and we'll go from there.
I mean, it just strikes me that if the representation has been, and I have no reason to doubt that, it seems like if that's one of the questions that is being asked, like
I would just say that it's a city garage, it's built by the city, it's owned by the city, it's paid for by the city. The Becheras will be leasing 200 spaces at the same rate that pretty much everybody else will be renting them at for 30 years. So it's not quite as clear-cut, perhaps, as Stephen makes it sound.
No, and I'm not saying that it is clear-cut, but it seems that there would be at least a colorable argument that you could make. And I know that, the way that our statutes are drafted, and there's not much case law on the FOIA, sort of like how this works with public-private partnerships, and I know it's an ongoing issue where we're contracting and subcontracting state business or other governmental services. But it does seem as though it may be something that is subject to disclosure, at least in part, where, particularly maybe the part with regard to, well, if this doesn't happen, then by this date, then this won't happen.
I think it's worth asking. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Any other further comments? Okay, great. So we are moving on to, thank you again.
Thank you, everybody.
And there will be other, just so, actually, well, as we are moving on, there will be other further opportunities for the public to weigh in, if I'm not mistaken, right? You know, at design review meetings,
There'll be at least 2 design advisory committee meetings, 2 development review meetings, at a minimum by legal requirement.
Yep.
And there may be more if people raise substantive issues.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so moving on to the parklet ordinance amendments. So we
We've got Parks Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I think the parks just like
so
blended in
patiently
my
sitting
head. I
there.
apologize. 2-minute break? Okay, 2-minute break, and then we'll jump in with the Parks Commission. Sorry about that, Parks. Okay, so we are up to the Parks Commission. So we want to welcome the Parks Commission up to the front here. And I know, Rosie, you have done a lot of thinking and work around this. So I may turn this over to you if you're... Okay. No rush.
So I think that we had a lot of miscommunication with the Parks Commission, and we thought we were communicating to you, and maybe you thought you were communicating to us, and we set some goals around parks, and maybe you have some goals that we don't know about, and so we had a really great tour. A bunch of us, I think not the whole council, had a nice tour a month ago of Hubbard Park, and then also some other spots around the city, and that was a really great start to kind of hear where you're focusing some of your efforts. So we just kind of wanted to invite you here today to open up some of the lines of communication, hear what your thoughts are, how we can best communicate with you, and how you would like to communicate with us. We have a couple potential new ideas and projects coming down the pike on our consent agenda tonight. Was the purchase of a new piece of land, and I know that some of the preliminary thoughts on that were parts of that might be parkland, and so wanting to get you involved in that early on. And one of the council's goals that we had set this year was to get a park on the south side of the river, the other side of the river. And so when we had that tour, we started talking a little bit about that. So this is sort of meant to be an open conversation, and love to hear your feedback and what your thoughts are, and just kind of start that conversation.
Myself, I think most of you know me, or at least have seen me at this point, but I'm Dan Dickerson. I'm Dan Dickerson, and I'm a member of the Parks Commission, and I'll go ahead and have these two introduce themselves before I go on.
My name is Fabienne Patterson. My name is Fabienne Patterson. I'm also a commissioner.
And Bill Johnson, also on the commission.
So I just want to say, thanks a lot for having us. I think, this is a great opportunity to open a dialogue that, frankly has been missing, at least in the few years that I don't even think it's that yet. The limited time that I've been on the commission, there hasn't been much dialogue between the commission and the city council, aside from, and I want to thank Councilwoman Bate. She's actually taken a lot of her time to attend our meetings, and she has provided some sort of valuable, I guess, city council person perspective to us, which has been really helpful. But I think I want to lead it off by saying that, we in fits and starts, we've sort of tried to take some initiative on, coming up with, a strategic plan that builds on what is already contained within the green print. So we have this Parks green print document that basically, it's really looking more towards expansion of the parks and a creation of recreation trails, but it also sort of touches on, preserving existing spaces, but not in a tremendous amount of detail. And I think what I would like to do, and I think what other commissioners like to do would be, in the vein of what the city council does, is says, here are goals for this year, how they correspond with, the broader goals of our green print, what the cost is, or what we need to put together for resources, the staff time, in order to do these things, and then sort of key our budget off that. Our budget currently is really sort of an ugly spreadsheet that shows, salaries, FICA, health insurance, equipment. So it'd be really great, I think, for us and for, you and the residents of Montpelier to see, our vision for a given year that shows these are the projects that we want to accomplish, and, here's the cost. This will be a part of our greater budget, and, so people can envision that, wow, they're going to improve the Gateway Park, or they're going to, redo a trail in Hubbard Park. And so that's, I won't say that we've gotten there yet, but that's sort of what we want to work on, and I think our FY20 budget request will sort of have some of that spirit. I think going into the following year, I think we really wanted to take this process forward, and hopefully it will, what we want will align with the city council. That would be very helpful. But I do think that you know, it would be nice to hear more from you about, you know, what you want. You know, obviously, I mean, as an elected body, we have some autonomy, but in the end, you know, you control the purse strings, you write the ordinances, so we're, you know, to some extent, we're subservient to what you really want, and hopefully we can all agree and you know, communicate those things, but I sort of wanted to, I guess, lay out the reality. But you know, I would like to hear more about what you're envisioning, and you know, we can certainly have a conversation about it, you know, amongst ourselves when we have our meetings. Sorry, I'm not looking.
So I just want to say I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad that we're having this conversation, especially with having goals that overlap. I think it's makes sense that we're here, and in fact, it seems a little overdue. You know, one of the things that I thought was interesting from the memo that we got that included some language from our lawyer, I found it really helpful to think of the Parks Commission sort of in the same way that people might think about the school board, that it is a separately elected, you know, body that has this jurisdiction, and that it's in a certain sense like kind of parallel, and that was just a helpful framework for me. But I think because, you know, because we are the sort of the financial body, you know, having closer interactions or more even like scheduled interactions, I think makes sense. I mean, one of the things that I'm hoping to do with our next goals setting session, which would probably be roughly next April, would, you know, so, well, let me back up. This last April, we included department heads as a part of the conversation of setting goals, but I think it also makes sense to include not only you all, you know, in our goal setting process, but other committees as well. And not that other committees are the same sort of standings, but just getting just all the stakeholders in the room, you know, having all the interests represented, and, you know, knowing, actually going to that planning commission meeting where so many different groups were there to say what their goals were. That was so enlightening, and I wish that we'd done that sooner. So, other thoughts, comments?
So I guess there were a few key areas that I'd like to at least start the conversation on tonight. One of them is the areas of responsibility. You know, what are you going to do and what are we going to do, especially in terms of developing these new parks? And then I think there's been some confusion about who oversees the park staff. And so that might be just an area for us to clarify. If you feel that the Parks Commission is currently directing the park staff, there's some confusion about who's giving them priorities, and so we should clarify that, because it's certainly going to be confusing from their end if they're hearing from different bosses, and also confusing if they're not hearing from any bosses. So so talking about that, and then as we've kind of alluded to, those goals and priorities, which sounds like that should be a longer term conversation when we do goal setting, and when you have come up with that strategic plan. So I don't know if any of those sound.
Sure, I can take a stab at that. So I think, to respond to your first question, which dealt with, you know, the responsibilities of the Parks Commission as opposed to, or not as opposed to, but and then the responsibilities of the City Council. So using Confluence Park as an example, you know, there's a piece of land, the city owns it. You know, in my eyes, and I think, you know, in Paul Giuliani's eyes, the Parks Commission can't say this is park. You know, that's up to you, and that's what you did a few meetings ago Although it'd still be nice to see sort of what the ultimate boundaries of the park will be, but I doubt that will happen until the building's there and the bike path is there. But then, the way I see it, and I think the way his email sees it, is from that point on, once you've declared this space a park, it falls under our responsibility to construct the park, to maintain the park, and control the park. And so, like I said before, you hold the purse strings, so there's not a whole lot we can do without the money, but on paper and in the charter, that those responsibilities for maintenance and upkeep fall to us, and that's what we would happily do, because it's a really exciting space to have a new park. I think on your second question, as far as staffing, we had a conversation about that. We actually just had a special meeting last night to sort of set budget priorities, but the way it was laid out to us from park staff, and I fully agree, is they're ultimately, they fall under Bill Frazier and Sue Allen's control. So they're if we tell them to do something, there's so far they can go before they have to say, no, we value our jobs. And so then it if it's something that is directly conflicting a priority for us, then it's up to the Parks Commission as an elected body to really push back to Bill Frazier or to the City Council or Sue to say, this is really what we want, and then we would have that conversation, diplomatically, of course. But I think that's the way I see it. Hopefully you agree.
So it sounds like what you're proposing is that, or the practice is that you would be communicating with Bill about what your priorities are, and then having him communicate further to park staff about accomplishing those. Is that?
I think really, primarily, yeah. Jeff and Alec communicate with Bill. When it comes to the budget process, we work with them to figure out what funding we want, and then Jeff takes that to the staff meeting that they have within City Hall. I don't know what that entails, but we've never, or at least to my knowledge, we've never been a part of that process. I don't know that I would want to. I feel like that's sort of an administrative action that we probably shouldn't insert ourselves into. But just continuing on the budget subject, if we really wanted money for something, and Bill Frazier wasn't willing to give the funding for that, or at least propose the funding to that to the City Council, then I think we would have the power to come to the City Council and say, hey, we really want this. This is the reason why, and lay out our cause, and it's still ultimately up to you to make the decision. That would go on the city ballot, but.
And I realized I missed another thing on here was communication, which we've kind of alluded to a little bit, but how would you prefer, we've done these kind of letters back and forth occasionally, and that feels not the most productive. So I might want to set some, how would you like us to communicate with you, and how should you communicate with us? And
one of the things that we just actually talked about yesterday, to increase communication, and we would like to actually increase our visibility and our presence and our connection with everyone, so that as the projects develop, it would be a lot easier to develop them jointly. We would be more involved with you guys, I think, so that the whole process, I think, would be clearer and I think easier. And so if we're more visible, that means includes to the public. We were talking about our website. We talked about, just so people know, continue to educate people so that they know who we are and how that works. So it's kind of like a work in progress.
Bill Johnson, I do have something. I think we just need to communicate better. Up until now, there really has been very little communication between the council and the commission. An example would be when you set your goals for parks, we weren't part of that discussion. And I think that that has to change, personally. Somehow we need to be at the table when issues having to do with the management and maintenance of the parks are at issue. And that really hasn't been the case. And I've actually talked to a couple of you about it. So I'm glad we have this opportunity today to talk about it and hopefully work toward this. We could have liaisons that talk back and forth. I think primarily we do need to deal with, because the other part of the puzzle that we haven't talked about too much is the manager's position. And the manager has a considerable amount of power in the city, and we just need the communication not to be just between the council and the commission, but also the manager's office, and there has to be some sort of flow. Now, exactly how do we accomplish that? I'm not saying that I have any tremendous idea, other than if it's a park issue, let us know. We would be happy to talk with Sue and Bill and or you, and we can move forward from there. It is a sort of an awkward position, as people on the council have mentioned, and it's the result of what John Hubbard wanted. This is what it can be changed, but that's what he put in his bequest, and that's where we're at right now. So at least until an ordinance changes that changes our relationship, we just need to communicate better.
So, if I may jump in there, so we did just talk about goals and having you be a part of our goals setting schedule, really. And I wonder if that schedule aligns with your goal setting schedule. Like, I don't know when roughly if that would align. Because if you had goals that you wanted to accomplish, I want you to feel free to say, like, here are the things that we would like to do. And then, our goals setting and then our budget is often a little funny, right? Because we set goals in April for the year, but then like kicking in July is the next fiscal year, right? So and even now, like in November, we're going to be starting to talk about budgeting for goals that we haven't even really made yet, which is a little weird. So that's sort of an inherent quirk of our system. But that seems like the other area of overlap, right, is the budget. And so, I could picture, like, if you all had, you're tasked with, like, the control and maintenance of the parks, and there's a third thing, which I can't remember off the top of my head. But in any case, if with any of those things, I'm sure, Jeff and Alec come up with a budget, but if there are other things that you want I'm sure probably they consult you on that as well. But if you wanted to be if we wanted to set that off, to highlight it, right, that this is coming from really like a separate body, I wouldn't mind calling it out as its own thing, and giving you all a chance to speak specifically during our budget session. What do you think about that there, Rosie? Maybe? Okay. We're spitballing this right now. So, it's, if Jeff and Alec, if that sounds okay or interesting to you, great. If not, let's keep talking about it. But I think especially since, we want to honor that you all, that you have a specific charge, and the overlap there is with the budget, that feels like a way to honor that parallel entity-ness. Yeah.
The other thing I've been thinking about is, since Donna has been going to some of your meetings, I wonder if we should actually appoint a council representative or a council liaison to kind of be your point of contact on the council, so that if you have an item that you want to draw our attention to, you have some, rather than trying to contact all of us, you've got one person that you can have go to and have an informal discussion with, or who you can ask to come to your meetings or that kind of thing. I don't know if that makes sense to others.
Well, as this conversation was going on, one of the things I was struck by was that we have a whole lot of boards and commissions and committees in the city, and most of them, we have council members appointed to serve on those boards and commissions. And for institutional reasons, you know, the council could not appoint somebody to be on the Parks Commission. But it certainly leaves a gap, an institutional gap in terms of communication and everything else. And so I think formalizing it by appointing a liaison would be a useful thing.
I think that's something that we would certainly be amenable to, and you know, we would be happy to do the same so that we have a point person for you, you know, when issues come up dealing with the parks. I know, you know, a few meetings ago when I was here, and I think we were talking about canines, but you know, which hopefully that won't go any further tonight, but but you know, I think several counselors, you know, stated that they were getting emails with complaints about, you know, canine issues that were potentially happening in the park. So I can't recall the conversation precisely, and that really concerned me because we weren't getting those communications. And I think to some extent, you know, maybe I think we do need to put ourselves out there more and make it clear that, you know, when there are issues in the parks, please contact the Parks Commission, so that the city residents know that. But I think also, you know, having a liaison from the Parks Commission that you as city councilors can contact when issues come up, I think would be really helpful, and I think we could certainly do that, and we would happily have a representative from the city council, you know, attend our meetings, or, you know, just stay in touch with us to let us know what's going on.
So what you're saying is that if we get emails, complaints about canine issues,
In the parks.
In the parks.
In the
parks. So we will forward them
yes.
to you. Okay.
Yes. We do want to know those
Just
things.
clarify that.
Because I mean,
But actually, yeah.
You know, and I guess I'll beat a dead horse a little bit more, although talking about canines is eating up so much of our time. But you know, I think on this issue specifically, I mean, we really haven't gotten much, you know, negative feedback on the continued, you know, freedom that people have to walk their dogs off leash. And so in our eyes, you know, we weren't trying to sort of contradict what the city council's concerns were. It was really, you know, we're not getting communications that people are having issues. So yes, if you get, you know, canine complaints or cat complaints or bear complaints in the parks, please let us know, and we'll do what we can to solve it. And you know, Jeff and Alec work hard in the parks every day, and you know, we'll help and they'll help, and we'll come to a resolution.
Okay. Thank you so much, Connor. And then I would love to, I think we're wrapping this up, it seems like. Yeah.
No, I was hoping to get the party started here, and wondering if it's appropriate to make a motion to appoint Donna as the liaison, not member, of the Parks Commission.
How do you second? Oh.
Yeah, is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay. How do you feel about that, Donna? Okay. And you all are okay with that? Okay, great. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you. Thank you all.
And I had one final thing that I just wanted to know if was on your radar. I noted that Morse Farm is no longer doing cross-country skiing this winter, which is very sad. But I am expecting that that's going to increase the cross-country ski pressure on the parks trails that are maintained for that. And so I'm just hoping, and this is a hope from me, but I don't know if others feel that that you're thinking about that and thinking how you're going to manage that.
Yeah, one of us brought that up at I don't think it was yesterday, but it was a couple weeks ago. But you know, yeah, I think we're going to have an in-depth conversation about, you know, where can we improve our capacity, and you know, whether it requires, you know, improving some trails to make it, you know, gentler for cross-country skiing or whatnot. But yeah, we're definitely going to have that conversation, because it saddened me to read that article that, you know, I can no longer ski there. But it's on our radar.
Anybody else? Anybody from the public?
And we'll keep you posted.
Okay.
We'll
great.
let you
We
know.
will communicate with
We
you.
will communicate.
Excellent. Excellent. We look forward to it. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we're on to the parklet ordinance, as I was mistakenly jumping to earlier. So this is an amendment to an existing ordinance, and one possibility is that we can sort of look at it section by section. Another possibility is that if counselors have specific concerns or objections, we can just go right to those sections, and then we'll take comments from the public. So I guess my inclination would be to say, well, let me just back up and say, I'm going to assume that you all read it. That's thing number one. Thing number two is, does anybody have specific concerns, suggestions, changes they want to make? Whatever. It's all good. Yes, Ashley.
I guess the only thing that stood out to me in the revised draft is on, I can't tell if it's page, yes, it's page 3. It is in the second to last full paragraph, and the strike through or may was substituted with and otherwise must be open to the general public. The only thing, I fear that may trigger some additional insurance liabilities or other things. I don't think that any of the parklets are closed at all, but if it's a city requirement and something happens in a parklet, it just seems like there may be, I don't practice that kind of law for a good reason, but it just seems like something that may be problematic.
We do require a fairly large insurance certificate. It's somewhere else in here. It's like $1 million or something.
That's fair. Maybe they'd have to build that into, there's whatever statements they have going to their insurance company, though.
And the other question, I'm assuming that the expectation is that the businesses will assume the cost of the signage in that same paragraph.
Just speaking for myself, I think probably both of those things are reasonable as long as we just tell people up front that, we expect you to include this in your insurance. It's probably not going to be lots more, I'd guess. And that they have to include a sign. I mean, they're going to be, if they're building a new parklet anyway, they've got to.
How does that signage stuff factor in with the zoning requirement? Because I thought there couldn't be any signs, any permanent signs affixed.
The planning department, Audra, does walk over and go through signs with the parklet owners, and they have to pass certain standards to be used.
Right. Well, but this is now requiring these signs shall be there.
They would have to comply.
But if what I think, though, I guess what I'm saying is, though, my recollection, although I haven't looked at it recently, is that there was a prohibition on permanent signage on parklets.
We didn't do that. We talked about doing it, and I was voted down. So there's no prohibition on it. I remember because I lost that one.
I do, and everybody didn't want to get into the language of it. We didn't do it.
Okay. Good question, though. Good.
While we're in that paragraph, I have a little language quirk. The second sentence, parklets may only be restricted to use by patrons of a particular establishment, and so on. I would move that only, so that it says parklets may be restricted to use by patrons of a particular only during their operating hours. Does that make sense to people?
Parklets may be restricted to use by patrons of a particular establishment or group of property business only during their operating hours.
Because that's what the only refers to, I believe.
Fine with me. What do you think?
And there was something else.
Could you get on your mic a little more?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. And I've already forgotten what the other thing was, so pass on.
Okay, other thoughts?
Did you open the public hearing?
That's what it was.
Thank
That's what it
you.
was.
I forgot this is a public hearing. We'll officially open this as a public hearing. I mean, we'll take comments from the public shortly, so. But yes, officially open. Thank you. Forgot that part. Any other comments from councilors at this point? Go ahead, Jack.
Well, one question I have is that there's one parklet that is not developed pursuant to this ordinance, and I just think we need to, at some point, determine what exactly the legal status is. Do they have a permit for a fixed period of time? Just all of that, so that once we do this, everyone's on the same footing.
So, just to clarify, my understanding is that they are grandfathered in, like their permit was for 3 years, and so once that runs out, they'll have to, if they wanted to keep it, they'd have to reapply under these rules.
Hit 3 years though?
Sorry? Well,
Apply?
yes. Has it been 3 years for positive apply? So they might have to.
It's been 3, but.
So.
So they're in the bucket with everyone else.
Right. Yes. I think that's true. Unless I'm wrong, and then someone can tell me that I'm wrong later. But I think that's true. But I'm thinking of the one on Langdon Street. Obviously, more than 2 spots, right? So that one's going to be harder to modify. But 3 years, they'll have to comply with this. Do you have something? Go ahead.
Mike Miller, Planning Director. So I have your sign answer is the following signs do not require zoning permits. This is 3012D. Public signs or notices erected or required by the city or state within the public right of way. So if we require you to put up a sign on the parklet, that would be a public notice required by the city within the right of way. So it would be an exempt sign under zone.
Great. Thank you. Okay, other comments? Public.
Good evening. Richard Scheer. Everyone on council knows that my wife owns a downtown business. Many of you watching on Orca know same. I'll just come to the question basically of the parklet itself and its role in the street and the commerce that goes on that street. We just got out of an extensive session on parking, public parking, and this is parking as well. Parking for gone. And the real question becomes, is the council choosing winners and losers? And now, my wife has gone through this with this council, the council before, and the council before that on the question of parklets. And she's finally come around to some degree to say that the parklet, when the city has ample other parking, that the parklet really does exist and can coexist with the neighboring merchants. But the premise of the parking garage was a parking survey that showed that parking in the street, particularly State Street, was parked out during the day. It was maxed out. Those 2 parking spaces would be used by customers, perhaps of Positive Pie, perhaps of other businesses. They do have a need. If you talk about the parklet in May, that's fine. June, that's fine. July, that's fine. August, that's 13 weeks before you start to need that parking when leaf season starts. What she doesn't understand and I don't understand is why one business should have proximate parking to their project during the entire of leaf season when all of the businesses need that parking. Now, were she here tonight, she would say, let's make this a summer project and take it down after Labor Day. Now, one of you on council, who I will not reveal, had said, let's compromise this to October 1st, which is halfway through leaf season. One business can have those 2 parking spaces exclusively for the first half of leaf season. The other 22 businesses can have those parking spaces for the second half of leaf season. Realizing that after October 1st, very few people are sitting in that because weather is not conducive to sitting outside. And let's not forget that both of those parklets, not one of them, but both of them, have sidewalk dining. It's not as if you took this away, they would all of a sudden not be able to treat their customers to the outdoor experience. So what I'm saying is about a month ago, maybe a month and some change, she wrote to you about the question of the end date. I didn't hear any of you in a discussion of the end date. Two things. One, is the business community's opinion taken seriously on this? That's the first. And then second, can you guys state a reason why October 1st wouldn't be a good time to bring those things down and go back to full parking for the second part of leaf season? Is there a coherent reason why those things have to stay up when the weather is down in the 40s and 50s? I'll listen. I'll take mine off the air.
So, I mean, I guess I would just advocate that should the weather be nice, I mean, the more opportunities to sit outside, I think the better. I think it is weather dependent, and, you know, for sure, if the weather is, you know, unpleasant enough that people don't want to be sitting outside October 1st, then fair enough. My understanding was, too, that, you know, we want to give people as much time for that as possible. And anyway, I'm open to discussion about it. Yeah, Jack.
I think outdoor seating for businesses is a good thing when weather permits. You may have noticed in the draft ordinance that we did cut back 3 weeks on the on the time limit. It may not be everything you're looking for. It clearly isn't. But I think people are torn between saying, well, we need the parking plus, and on the other hand saying we sometimes get really nice weather into October that enables people to enjoy being outside if we do. And so I think this is a compromise.
Leaf season is over really officially by the time
hang on,
you end it.
hang on, Richard. Sorry, I'm going to let Jack finish. Yep.
I'm certainly aware and appreciative of that as a concern. I don't think we've heard from what you refer to as the business community on what we should do. We are going to have another public hearing on this, and I certainly welcome other views on this question, because I don't think that there's anything magic about November 8th or October 15th or any other particular date we might pick.
Glenn, then Ashley, then Tom.
I think Ashley was first.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I actually am not opposed to October 1st. That's 5 months. May 1st to October 1st is 5 months. That leaves the remaining 7 months of the year. You know, I know that at least in my time on the council so far, there was a lot of business community opposition to having the down-home parklet on Langdon Street, and so it seems to me, that October 1st is reasonable. I mean, you know, if the goal here is to meet everyone's needs in town, you know, it'd be taking off 5 weeks, but it would still leave 5 months. And it just seems to me that that's actually a pretty reasonable compromise in terms of meeting the needs of other businesses, and being mindful of the value that I think parklets do actually add to our downtown. I frequent them regularly. So I'm actually okay with October 1st, and I'm happy to make a motion that we move it to October 1st.
For a second? I was, but she just made a motion. So.
I think I've been swayed. I'll second.
Okay, so we're gonna have some further discussion, and in that we're gonna go to the other people.
Okay, so I'm happy to say that I was, I think, the person Richard was talking about earlier.
That went unrevealed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I'm not sure that, despite having suggested that we might consider moving it to October 1st, I'm not sure that I am completely in favor of that. I don't think it's a bad idea. At the same time, I want to point out that it was interesting the way you framed it, that parklets are for the, or that is parking spaces are for the 22 businesses, for example, or for the one. And they're also for the people who want to park there, regardless of whether they're visiting those businesses or just parking and walking somewhere else. And speaking just personally as someone who never drives, all parking spaces in town are nearly useless to me unless there's a parklet in them and I can sit there and have dinner. So that's not to say that I think we should get rid of all parking spaces now, but I do want to point out that there are more stakeholders here than just the immediately adjacent business and then the rest of the businesses along the street. I'm also an employee of a storefront business, and we definitely have lots of customers who like to park right in front of our store. So I do see that as a valid concern.
Tana, and then I've got a comment.
Couldn't resist. I printed up Cindra's email this August 14th, and I did respond. I didn't agree with her, but I did respond. And the reason I didn't agree and don't support the motion is that it's for pedestrians. I mean, we keep saying we want more people on the street. And I actually, because we had it, I think, closing before November 1, but I saw so many families use the parklets, both the ones in front of the restaurants and the pocket park, during Halloween. It was great seeing them congregate, looking through their suites. And when the weather is good, you see people using them in the shops, even though it's chilly out. So I prefer to keep it till November. That's just me.
That's interesting, and I think you're both touching on the point that I wanted to make, which it was interesting to set up like the dichotomy between, you know, is the parklet for one business or for you know, for their benefit of you know, of their restaurant, let's say, versus parking for the remainder of the businesses that are in the area and for parking. But I guess I would also see that even if the parklet is there as a park, that serves the other businesses as well, right? Like retaining people downtown, having them hang out on the street might actually be another reason for people to come downtown and to actually spend more time in those other businesses. Like it doesn't necessarily feel like like it's either this or that. I think they can both be beneficial. Yeah.
I mean, I think in response to one of Glenn's points, though, it's parklets for those businesses serve the people who can afford to eat there, you know, and there are a lot of people in our community who can't. And there are a lot of people in our community who do drive to work on the weekends, who, you know, need places to park. It's open parking on the weekends, and they can't park there. So just, you know, it is a balancing. But to me, it's about meeting everyone's needs and doing that in a way that seems equitable. You know, I know that we're not going to please everyone. That is unfortunately one of the hard lessons that I've had to learn on council over the years. But you know, it just seems as though we can strike a balance, and I think that the October 1st, you know, change up is kind of reasonable, and you know, it gives 5 months of being outside. There are still places to be outside in downtown Montpelier. I was just looking at the October 2018 weather predictions, and you know, a balmy 26 degrees on October 7th at night doesn't really seem like the kind of time I'd want to be hanging out outside. So I'd just like to counter that.
So I don't really have a strong opinion here because the only stakeholder we've heard from on this is the Corgi Pet, and so I understand where you're coming from. You've got a good case to make. I would assume that other businesses have opinions, and I don't know what they are. So I would welcome additional comments on this from the additional stakeholders at the second hearing. I guess I'm willing to go along with it this time, with the understanding that if people feel really strongly about a different date, that I would hope that they would come out next time, and we could potentially reconsider it then if we hear a strong opposition. Check.
You mentioned, you got to something that I was just about to ask you in your role as parliamentarian, which is if we pass this motion tonight, would we be able to reverse that action at the second public hearing of the same ordinance?
Yes, you can edit it. You can change it. That's why you have the second hearing.
I think so too.
Even with the exact same motion? Okay.
John is saying as far as he knows, so.
We've done it in the past. We have a second hearing. It's not for nothing. You do it to take input and make a final decision.
And the other thought I had was, could you table it until the next meeting? But
I would say please don't table it, but I have to go to that.
Okay. You table it, wouldn't that be void?
that's fine. We can just vote.
In a hearing? I don't think you could do it in a hearing.
I'm not sure I'm following all the language, but I think it makes sense to me that since this is the first time we have discussed in council the idea of moving it to October 1st, and it would be useful to have other people's opinions, I would think that we should keep it at October 1st for now and plan to, October 15th, excuse me. Keep it at October 15th for now and solicit other opinions for the second hearing and reading, and change it then if it seems recommended.
That's my inclination as well. I would have a vote right now, but Ashley's not here, and that seems unfair.
Yeah.
So, one possibility is that we can stall for her. Another possibility is that, any other comments from the public? Any response? Okay.
Well, I have one other thing
Yeah.
to say while Ashley's out of the room, that this whole discussion about who gets to use the parklets, who benefits from them, that both Glenn and Ashley have raised really gets back to the interest that Rosie has made over the years, which is non-commercial parklets are of real value.
One further note, if we do change the date, this meeting or next, wherever, we should just also adjust the cost, because it's a cost that's linked to the time.
It wouldn't be effective this year, but that's not fair.
Oh, no, you mean like right now? Yeah, no. Yeah.
Not this year, next year.
And actually, that's a good point. I wonder if we have to build in, because if we vote on this next time, it could.
There's an appeal period after we change.
Oh yeah, it
It's
doesn't
like
go into effect
10
immediately
days
anyway. It's
or
like 10
30
days.
or something. Does that sound right?
Yeah. So, but I mean, one possibility is. And so this has an enacted. Oh, so the enacted date was the original one. We might just want to forward date like when it's going to be enacted, so it's clearly not this season. Can we make that?
Or effective date.
Yeah, an effective date. That's, I think, a better word for it. Yeah. Can we make a note of that for next time, Sue? I mean, is that okay, team? I know I didn't really make that a motion, but Donna, do you have something?
Are you proposing also that we set them in the second hearing for the 3rd or for the 10th?
Oh, I would suggest the 10th. Okay, so Ashley, we didn't vote while you were away.
We'll see if she does that for everybody.
I would hope to do that for everybody. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to move it to October 1st. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
How many was that? Okay. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so how, oh my gosh.
Oh,
I think it's 4 and
You weren't setting the hearing. Okay,
4 and
sorry.
2.
I think it's 4
Was it not clear?
I'm sorry.
I thought.
Yeah, I messed up.
Okay, so I think it's 3 and 3.
3 and 3.
So I gotta vote. This is the first time I've had to choose in anything since becoming mayor. Just saying. And the mayor votes nay. So, which is also to say, like, if businesses are unhappy with October 15th, would gladly welcome more feedback on that. So, to be continued.
Yeah,
Not opposed to that as a hard line, but just would want more feedback. Yeah.
I would have equally happily voted yes on a motion to table because I'd be happy to be persuaded to change my mind next time.
Yep.
Likewise.
Great. Thank you. And you do make a good point, and for me it is also weather related. So anyway.
By the 10th, you should have a pretty good idea of what it feels like there in the late afternoon.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This year is going to be
That's a
cold.
good point.
Next year could be like the year before.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. So we're going to close the public hearing, and we need to set the date for the next hearing, the second reading.
Do you need a motion for that?
I think we do.
I would move to close.
I don't think we need a motion to close the hearing.
I would move to set the date of the second hearing for October 10th.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you. Okay. Okay, building and zoning permitting report.
I love your charts.
You like the charts? Where's that guy going? All right. While we're getting logged in here for what's hopefully going to be the shortest PowerPoint you'll ever get. I'm Mike Miller. I'm the planning director. Sorry, I got back up.
So, Mike, if I can just ask a little bit about the context for this. This is really to just be an update about how we are progressing towards EDSP goals. Is that, or is there a different understanding that you have?
I was asked to give a presentation on permits to update the council on.
Okay.
This says review intended outcomes of E.
Yes.
To ensure economic development, Mike, there's pressure here.
Sure, it happens.
Sure,
All right.
economic development outcomes.
Properly aligned.
Okay.
All right. So let me go through real quick.
Feel free to make it quick. It's okay.
I'll make it quick. Yeah, I know.
We can look at our instruments. The audience folks.
So I just have a handful of slides here to just go through. So what I put together, a couple of summary charts of what's going on with permits. So to be able to compare apples to apples, we just queried our permit software and looked at permits issued between January and September of each of these years from 2014 to 2018. And as you can see, the number of permits hasn't changed much, either for building permits in red or zoning permits in orange. Really kind of has stayed relatively flat, which kind of surprised us a little bit because we have been extremely busy. So what we kind of dug in a little bit and started to realize was that a lot of this came out of the complexity of the projects that we're seeing now. One permit for a fence, one permit for a garage, those are still one permit. But one permit for Caledonia Spirits, one permit for Taylor Street, one permit for a hotel offer considerable amounts more of work. So where that would show up is actually in the amount of fees, because more complex projects receive more reviews and generate more fees. So that's where the second table came in, which looks at by fiscal year, because that's how it kind of runs through the system. FY15 through FY19, so we only have 2 months of FY19, which is why that's really small. But the red bars, again, are building, orange bars are zoning. The 3 years, FY15, 16, and 17, total $232,000. FY18 and 2 months of FY19 are $226,000. So and we have a $9,000 permit that we just added in. So in 15 months, the last 15 months, we've generated the same income as the previous 3 years combined. So and the fees have not increased for building. So this is apples to apples. The zoning permits we did increase after FY16. So there was a jump, but I think that doesn't account for all of the increase that you see. So we are really getting a lot more fees. FY18 we doubled the budgeted estimates. So we were supposed to get like 130,000, and we got 250,000 of combining it. So we're definitely generating a lot more fees, and I think that just comes back, that helps to show how busy staff are downstairs issuing permits. So the final graph was start to look at, performance. So each one of the little bars going across represents a different project. The orange and the red, you'll see kind of moving across. Those are the building permits for either public buildings or single-family dwellings. So they're moving across. A few years ago, we were generally issuing building permits in 4 to 8 days. You'll notice that's starting to creep up. Building permits are now taking between 14 and 23 days to get issued. And we'll get back to that in the last slide. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the next bar, which you can barely see, are zoning administrative permits. So an administrative permit is something that doesn't need any reviews. It's a permitted use. I want to build a house. I want to build a shed. I want to build a fence. Those take 1 day. That's always our goal in our office, is if we have a permit that's complete and ready to go, we should be able to issue it within 24 hours. And that's what we strive to keep doing. The next bar, it's kind of a greenish bar. Those are design review permits. The thing to note on this one is actually just look at 2017 and 2018. You see a big drop on those two green bars as it goes across. That's actually by design. We talked, when we met with you to talk about the new zoning, we talked about we were going to build this new abbreviated zoning process where if you have a DRC permit, you don't have to go to the DRB. It used to be you'd go to the DRC, make your case, the DRC says this looks good, and then we would put it on a consent agenda item 2 weeks later to get on the DRB, so the DRB could vote by consent to approve. Well, we just said if everybody agrees, we'll just say the zoning administrator can issue the permit. If you disagree with the DRC, then you'd go to the DRB. Well, that obviously made a big difference in the amount of time it takes to get a permit through the DRC, because it dropped from 23 days to 5 days. So that's a little bit of good news there. The final bar, the blue bars, those are projects that had to go through DRB, and we actually had to truncate the tops of the first 2 bars in 2014 and 2015. When I got here in 2014, we had a lot of problems getting some decisions out. In fact, it was almost reaching 6 months to get decisions out. We made a number of big structural changes, and we brought that down to 40 to 30 days. There's a certain amount of, you can't get much faster than that. Because review applications, so really 30 days to 45 days is a target to shoot for. A lot of the delays of these permits also are not the fault of staff. Applicants many times are the reason it takes themselves longer to get applications approved at the DRB. They either don't put in full applications, change applications, don't show up for hearings, and that would show up to push our time. So those times are actually quite good to be in about that 35 to 40 day range. So the final are just a couple of things going forward. So if this was just going to be a little bit of an update on how things are going in the permitting world downstairs. Building permits, Chris Lumbra, who's a building inspector, he's doing an excellent job, but he's under a lot of pressure. He's got a lot of stuff that's going on. The timing of permits is starting to slow, so this is going to be a little bit of policy question. The delay, at what point is the delay unacceptable? I haven't heard complaints from builders, but it's worth keeping an ear out for. But that slip in time starts to build up, but it's not a result of anything other than the fact that just Chris is swamped. and he's doing the best that he can to keep things going. Chief Gowans has gotten certified within a couple of months, maybe a month or two ago, so he also can now do inspections, but he also has a full-time job. But it will be helpful to have that. When I talked to Chris about what his concerns are, trying to meet his obligations as the building inspector, his number one concern is actually for the extras. He would prefer to see some items like the health officer, junk ordinance, vacant building ordinance, these other ordinances that creep in and steal hours and days out of his schedule, that he would rather be focusing on the building inspection role. But he also is the health officer, and he also is the junk officer, and he's also the vacant building officer. So those are the things that kind of come back. My job as kind of as director, I'm trying to keep an eye out for the short and the long-term concerns. If this amount of development is going to continue into the future, we'll need to have some conversations about expanding the department to get an assistant. But we're kind of playing a lot of things by ear at this point, and we will see how Chief Gowan's now being certified, how much does that help? And we're just going to really keep our ear out. We don't want to burn out Chris. He's a really good inspector, but it's busy. So regarding the zoning permits, we've made good progress improving permit times. We've increased our fees. Sometimes increase in times, the amount of time it takes us to kind of get things done, are a little bit higher this year due to the new regulations and a new zoning administrator at the same time. So it takes time to train people. Meredith is our third zoning administrator in 4 years. I'm pretty good at training zoning administrators, but it still takes time. And she's doing a great job. She's a quick learner. And the zoning fixes will help. Some of the delays that we have right now are just from the little things that kind of caught us. We were like, oh, we didn't think that was going to work that way. And we will get them to you soon, and you'll kind of see what we mean. Again, there is some potential need for office help downstairs when it comes to Audra's workload and Meredith's workload. Meredith is still part-time. She's now 4 days, so it's better. It used to be when I originally was hired, one of the changes was that helped to reduce those times was the fact that it was a half-time zoning administrator that we moved to 3/4 time, now 80%. So that's helped to improve those times. But other things have also kind of come to a stop. The community rating system, E911, we really have not been doing a bunch of projects that we've been wanting to get to. We're keeping up on the zoning at the expense of not being able to do some other projects. So it's just another thing to keep on the radar. It's not something, I know there's a lot of departments with a lot of needs, and I'm more concerned with Chris's, but Chris's fees actually would pay for his own assistant. I mean, he has a department with an expense line of $85,000. He's now generating $210,000 in permit fees. For us to hire an assistant for him could literally come out of his own fees. So the zoning permits less so. So we're going to work on how we can reshuffle and try to make the zoning permits administration work a little better. But so that was all I had, and I will take any questions.
Got a couple. Oh, cool. Yeah, go ahead, Donna. You first. So you pointed out the turnover in the zoning administrator. Do you think that has anything to do with it being a part-time position, or just a circumstance?
I think that was just circumstance in those. I think anyone who met Sarah, who recently left this year, would know she was just a tremendous asset downstairs and lives in Waterbury, and the job opened up in Stowe, and her husband worked in Stowe, and I don't think there was anything we could have done to have kept her here.
Okay, so it's not, we don't need to make some alterations to the position?
No, okay. I've always been open to them as well, whether it was Sarah, whether it's Meredith, to go and say, if you want more time, let me know. I would rather work with you and work with the council and work with Bill on making sure we have something that fits that.
And then is there, I'm kind of wondering if there's a way we can take advantage of the fact that, we get this spike in fees, and then, some years is probably going to be less, and is there a way to move some of that to temp work or something, so that when there is when there are a lot of fees coming in and there's a lot of work to do, we can, you know, be really agile in bringing somebody in for that time period, but not be kind of locked into having a permanent position there if that's not a permanent status. And I don't know if you've done any thinking about that or.
We've talked, you know, Chief and I have talked a bit about different things, whether we had people in the fire department who may have had time and trying to go and work things out. We really just haven't found anything that was going to fit that. It takes somebody who's got the training and experience. He's, you know, has certifications that need to be met in order to fulfill the role.
So none of that office work could be.
For the zoning side, yes, that's a question that we've had, and it is a little bit more recent. That's kind of come up, and I think this is a discussion of how important some of these other things are. We can just move some of those E911 and things, just wait for those to a different fiscal year, and just let the staff concentrate on the permits, and that could kind of fix that. I guess that work crunch, assuming that next year is a little bit slower. That's the thing, is we just don't know. We don't know what comes up down the line. Being successful, getting projects going in the downtown has its pluses and minuses, and one of them is being busy.
My questions were very similar in about the part-time zoning administrator, but also there are other things you referred to that we're not doing besides 911 addresses. So do you have a list? I mean, do you have besides an inspector, an additional somebody to help out with that, do you have a list going on in your head of all the things you're pushing aside that besides?
Nothing that's been written down. It's been a lot of, for the people who work on the projects day in and day out, or for the permits day in and day out, it really is first come, first serve. So as things are coming in this way, it's just a conveyor belt working on these projects. So what happens when that line just never stops is that other pile that's over here that are the things that, the E911s and the community rating systems that you just don't ever get your arm back into. But
And your zoning administrator was being a staff person for the design review committee, yes?
Yep.
Is that still true?
yes, yeah. So Meredith staffs the Historic Preservation Commission and the two review boards, design review and development review.
It's a part-time person. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, it's 32 hours, but yes, I'm
Amazing.
Okay.
very impressed.
Further questions? This is actually this is very interesting. I mean, that graph of the increased building fees coming in. I mean, it's not surprising because it seems like that would be true, but it's just neat to see the numbers.
Yeah.
Supporting that. So.
And just to give you some ideas, the parking garage fees are not in there, and the wastewater treatment facility is not in there. So those are two fees that are in the six figures probably. So
the
From
fees.
ourselves.
the fees,
And for even though it's our project.
even though it's our projects, those are.
Well, that's interesting.
Some of it is the left hand paying the right hand in this one, but my department needs the resources to pay the people who do all of the work. But
Just remind Chris, that's our money.
yes, yes, the fees are not made out to Chris Lumbra. They are made out to the city of Montpelier.
I want to see him pocketing.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. And if anyone ever has questions, you're more than welcome to get in touch with me at the planning office.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. And so we did skip the communication strategy thing for now. We'll come back to that. So moving on to the VLCT municipal policy. And Ashley, you're our representative to the VLCT at the upcoming meeting, right?
You all may regret that.
Oh, no, it's fine. I know you wanted to talk about some of the details of this, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, so I have spent some time going through the VLCT, basically their positions on a number of issues, and I've identified a list of probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 things, not probably 8 things, a list of 8 things that displease me. And I'd love to get some perspective because I think I am going to be speaking for all of us. So what I would love to do, if it's okay with you, Mayor, is sort of run through my list. I know Jack had some things that he had identified as well. We may have actually identified the same thing. It wouldn't surprise me. So what I was thinking is I would love to run through my list of things quickly, or maybe not so quickly. So let's see. So section 3.02, item number 2 in that policy.
Could you mention the page numbers as you're doing this too?
There are no page numbers in the online version. So, but it's 3.02, corrections, mental health, and addiction. And number 2, which VLCT supports ensuring that offenders housed in community settings receive reasonable DOC supervision and access to support services that ensures the safety of the community. There have been a number of issues across the state where offenders have actually been targets as well. And so I think it's our obligation as a community that works with offenders and with victims and with community members that we are mindful that it's safety concerns for everyone. And so I had proposed ensuring that, or something along the lines of just either adding victim and offender safety, because both of those issues are things that come up routinely. To that, I realize that these are just things that Montpelier would be proposing, and they would require additional buy-in from other people, but I think that it's quite important when members are released into, when offenders are released into our community, that we are a community that does our best at welcoming members of our community who are committed to living here and working here and making this their home and being supported in that.
I have more of a process question, and I could see this going either way. We elected Ashley to do this, and we could just say, go do what you want, or we could do something a little kind of informal and just have her go through the list and get kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down. But the other thing that occurred to me was that she might want a more formal vote, so she can say, I went to my city council and we unanimously voted to take this. So I'd be happy to hear what Ashley would like to do.
I would love to be able to say, the council voted on these proposed changes from Montpelier, and they supported them, or I don't think I would raise ones that the council didn't support. But to me, some of the policies, particularly around corrections, mental health, and addiction, are really problematic.
What thoughts? What would your preference be? Yeah.
For your own comfort, that's great, but the group assumes you have our authority. When you're the delegated vote, that we give you the vote, you have it. So it may strengthen your wording, but you have the power.
I'm not confident that there are enough people that would agree with us about this anyways.
I mean, I would feel comfortable with that, but I think it also is stronger if we do vote. Do you want to just tell us what the
so let me
suggestions
just
are?
review my list.
Yeah.
So again, the same section 3.02, number 3, adherence to municipal zoning and improving housing for offenders. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear that all of the sociological research shows that offenders fare far better in community release programs when they're actually integrated into the sort of heart of the community and not sort of pushed outside. And I read that as saying they basically want to keep offenders it says lodged near the general population, and I don't think that the near the general population is appropriate.
I read that. It's funny, I read that meaning instead of being put out here, that they are part of the general population. So is there a word choice there you could put? That are
I just
part of the general population?
I think we've
Located within the general population?
something along those lines.
Integrated in?
Yeah, something like that. But all right.
Sounds good.
302 number 7. I want to ask for clarification and guidance because I'm not really sure what this even means. Collaborative solutions to handle incapacitated persons between all affected stakeholders. It's really unclear, and I'm not really sure what incapacitated. It doesn't really seem to mean anything.
Cool.
And
Support
there's
you.
on 3.07 number 1, I think that there is an inaccuracy. Sorry, I'm just opening it up. 307 number 1, allowing a Vermont law enforcement officer to make an arrest based on a warrant from another state. That actually happens. They're permitted to do that as long as it's an extraditable warrant and we can receive that information. The prosecutors then receive that and file petitions. So it's just not clear to me sort of what they're getting at there. That's already the status quo, provided factors are met. So maybe clarifying that with them. Again, 307 number 3. I believe that law was, that regulation was changed, the Department of Health regulations that permit prosecution for bath salts and synthetic and designer drugs, though it's an ever-evolving list. So I just, there's like a whole process to changing those rules, and it's not something that prosecutors and law enforcement do. It has to come from the Department of Health. So I think that's an important clarification to make. 307 number 4. So marijuana has already been legalized. I know there was opposition to that from VLCT, I believe. But I would propose that we it says in any discussion of marijuana legalization. Well, legalization's already happened. So I would propose that something along the lines of in any continued conversation about taxation and regulation of marijuana, or something along those lines, identifying and addressing the impact on cities, towns, and villages, yada, yada, yada. It's already been legalized. So I don't know that as a community we want to support rehashing the legalization of.
Is this last year's policy paper that they're just putting
It's dated
okay.
2018, 2019.
Yeah.
So, and I thought that too, but I double checked the dates and I was like, that's strange. So, let's see. 404. Hold on, let me make sure I read this right.
I like the rehashing comment.
Oh, that was a good double entendre. I didn't even think about that. 404, number 1. Support. So the statement is holding municipalities harmless from liability for any hazardous material incident at any facility that conforms with all state and federal permits and regulations. I understand what they're trying to do there, but it just seems like if there's negligence on behalf of the municipality or something, I am not willing. I don't think we should support indemnifying ourselves when we're negligent. That just seems a little too self-serving for my comfort. Let's see. And my biggest issue, which is, usually every issue is a big issue for A Hill. There is an entire section found in 407. So in 4.07, everything focuses on opiates, which really misses the mark in a significant kind of way. As your county drug prosecutor, I can tell you that we are seeing a huge resurgence of crack cocaine in the area. We are seeing prescription drug abuse, and I think that it's short-sighted for anyone to solely focus on opiates at this point. I think it's a larger conversation about addiction generally, and I would propose that that be changed. And I think Montpelier has a problem too, and it's not just opiates. So those were my sort of big issues.
Oh, no, I agree with everything said. I had a couple as well.
Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, actually, to be honest, this document kind of scares the hell out of me. There's some real blanket statements here that I worry. I worry that like Montpelier taxpayer dollars are going to pay for lobbyists to advocate on positions that might be completely contrary to what we believe in as a community here. So the biggest one for me is VLCT opposes all unfunded mandated programs, and there's a whole section on that. And I think about what came up at the State House this past year. I'm talking about like increases to the minimum wage. I'm talking about paid family leave programs that initially was intended to be a shared cost between the employee and the employer. So if we are an employer, right, would we actually be lobbying against minimum wage increases or paid family leave? I believe in some cases we could, and I really respect a lot of the people who work at the League, and I think they do a lot of good work in other areas. But I remember being in testimonies when we were looking at expending the coverage for, you know, firefighters who would be entitled to a presumptive disability for different types of cancer. And while the League might not actually come out explicitly opposed to it, maybe they'd be bringing a witness from a smaller community who would talk about the impact this would have on their insurance rate. So this might be a larger conversation here, but I really don't like our resources going towards lobbying efforts such as these here. That said, I have one little tweak on one of these.
There was another big one that I had, and I'm really glad that you said that, if it's related tangentially. In the 1.08 public records section, churches or religious purpose organizations are exempted. And I think that if a religious organization is receiving dollars from governments of some type, that maybe they should be subject to the same requirements that all the other recipients would be. Or my alternative was, which no one would ever go for, based on a constitutionally protected purpose, because there are many constitutional purposes, but I would just propose that we propose striking that whole section, except those exempted based on a constitutionally protected religious purpose. I mean, I don't really want to be like proliferating that.
So I have to tell you, my brain is starting to shut down. It's getting late, and I apologize. So I'm starting also, so Ashley had a series of suggestions. Connor, I'm a little unclear as to like how much of the suggestions you're proposing you would like Ashley to take with you. And I know Jack, you probably had a short list as well. So just to like make this clear, before we get to Connor, your suggestions, I would actually love to have a motion on whether or not we are in favor of Ashley's suggestions on the whole, if we feel like we want to do that, or do you want to just say, go ahead, God bless, it's okay.
We already voted to give her authority to represent us before.
Sure, then maybe we don't need to.
We don't.
Fair
unless
enough.
she wants it.
Any objections to that?
Would you prefer to be able to say at this meeting that you have the backing of the whole council?
You do. I think yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Everybody knows what I'm going to say, and I added Connor's piece.
Okay,
Oh,
good, so that was clear to you.
well,
And you'll find more when you sit there in the discussion, let me tell you.
And any further discussion on Connor's piece of it?
More.
Was there
Yeah,
other
I just
things?
had one specific one to add.
Okay.
2.06 rail, number 5 entails BLCT supports extending passenger rail service to Burlington on the western side of the state by 2020. In our strategic plan, we support a commuter rail up to Burlington from Montpelier. So I would suggest an amendment adding VLCT supports a creating a commuter rail service from central Vermont to Burlington.
Great.
That's it for me.
And Jack, you had something, I thought, and then Rosie had one. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny, just as a general observation, it's a mixed bag because there's a lot of stuff in here that is well within the city's interest to support, like all the stuff about full funding of payment in lieu of taxes and stuff like that. One of the things that really jumped out at me as I was reviewing this was 1.09 sub 3 that says VLCT supports requiring the implementation of all state rules, regulations, criteria, and other administrative actions affecting local government operations 30 days after a publicly noticed hearing. And I don't fully know what that means, but it, again, as with the unfunded mandate thing, it sounds like they're saying that state statutes or regulations or state rules and regulations wouldn't apply to the municipalities until there's a public hearing held. So it seems a little weird to me. So I don't know what to say. This could be one of those things where there's just
You can ask for clarification.
yeah, there's little in this long document. I think there's little likelihood that the body is going to change its positions based on what we say, but I still don't think that means we shouldn't argue for what's right.
Okay.
Rosie had
I
one.
must, I must say from the discussion at the fair, some decisions do get changed. I mean, there is major editing that happens.
Rosie.
Takes hours.
So reading through the public meeting law section, it just occurred to me that I feel as a public servant that public meeting law could really be updated to make our meetings more effective and our work together more effective, particularly with regard to electronic communications. And it seems to me that there's no reason that a city couldn't have an electronic message board that was publicly visible through which we could communicate to each other and not have to wait for meetings to have these little, things that could be solved in a few messages back and forth, but we can't do that through email because it's not a public medium. So I that's kind of a big thing, but I feel like League of Cities and Towns is well positioned to ask the legislature to do some thinking there about more efficient, changing public meeting law to allow for some more efficient communications between public bodies. And also thinking about how does public meeting law apply to Front Porch Forum and Facebook and other electronic medium, because there is a lot of room for opportunity there.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about open meeting laws and electronics.
And what section was that in, Rosie?
I think it's the
1.03,
1.03. Okay,
I think, yes?
you got it.
Okay. Anything else, team?
Go A Hill.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Tell us how it goes. I'd be curious to hear, like, if or what gets changed.
I'll give you the filtered, distilled version.
That would be the highlights. Okay, so I think it might make some sense to go. I know I said like, oh, we'll put communications at the end, but we could do. I think we could do it right now. Short version. Actually, let's just go to the Central Vermont Solid Waste District Municipal Service Programming Grant Program. Through further conversation, we just realized that if we wanted to do anything, even if it was just for compost, this grant was probably not going to be enough. And if we want to actually pursue this, we should have a more robust conversation and maybe even think, like, it is itself not a matching grant, but it's like I said, it's not enough to just do a feasibility study of like what if we wanted to do just composting, even if we wanted to think about all three. Either way, $5,000 on our own wasn't going to be enough, and if we collaborate with Barry, even $10,000 actually may not be enough. So I just want to flag that for a future discussion. Think about. I want to put on your radars to think about as a potential future priority, and maybe not. But just give it a. I just want to put it out there. and we can talk more about it another time. That's it for now on that. There's another round of that deadline, which is May 1st. So we have some time for that. Okay. Can we do the communications strategy update?
Is that one urgent?
No, I don't think so.
Can we put that off?
Can we? Is that okay? Can we put it off till?
Were you waiting just for that? Okay.
Okay, another time then. And we're going to set the date for the second public hearing. Should probably wait till Ashley gets back. But there's something I was going to say about that. Oh, right. As we think about what date we want to set for this special meeting, I mean, right now it's for Halloween, 10/31. We should probably not do it then. That seems like a bad plan. Yeah. Public hearing, yes.
Yes, it says between
Yes,
October
public hearing for
27th and November
bond.
5th.
So, and it's only, tentatively put on 10/31 because it's Wednesday. So we can look at calendars to see when it might work. What are our limits again? It's in the document.
It's in the memo. I
Um,
think through 27th.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 26th.
10-day limit is
7th and the
October
5th.
27th. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it is. Right. Select a date between October 27th and November 5th. Yes. You're totally right there. Okay. Oh gosh, my life is so complicated.
Hold on.
There's a list of eligible dates at the bottom.
Okay, of the eligible dates, October 29, 30, and 31, and November 1st are Monday through Thursday, and November 5th is a Monday. Let's just go through it. 27th, anybody?
October 27th?
That's
a weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong month.
First weekday is the 29th. Which is
October.
what Bill put down here in the bottom, 29th, 30th. We can do Monday nights.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, October 29th, Monday night. Is it thumbs up if you can do that one? Or hands, whatever. No, Connor cannot. Is that true?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so let's look at another one. The 30th. No? You don't know?
I might have something, but I might not, and I don't. So you guys, if that ends up being the best one, then we can.
Okay, so maybe the Tuesday, but we'll come back. Not the 31st. We
No.
should not do that. November 1st. We get
Public Safety Authority.
okay, so 2 people are for that.
November 5th.
November 5th.
Sorry,
Man,
not
November
the
5th.
second.
Oh, November 5th. Oh, maybe?
Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I think we have a winner. November 5th.
A thumbs
Is that like the old-fashioned doodle poll?
It's like the analog.
doodle poll? What the doodle poll is made from.
Okay, so we're going to say,
It's
remember.
The 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Day, right?
Okay, so 6:30?
Sure.
Okay, 6:30. Special council meeting, or hearing, really.
Wait, is that, sorry, I'm just looking, the election is on the 6th. Is that,
That's a good point.
John, what do you think about that?
I don't know enough about the bond stuff. That seems a little. I trust Bill. Every time I sit down to go over any kind of election deadline with Bill, he's like, "Oh, I've got it all mapped out here." I'm like, "Fine."
I just
It's in this memo. It's fine.
feel like from the public perspective, the day before the election is kind of late to be.
I agree.
For the election is a good idea.
That's a good point.
Maybe you guys should go with the one that the 30th was work for everybody else, and I will try.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
The 30th.
I can actually do the 29th, you think, of November? Yeah.
Wait, where were we?
The opposite of-
29th is
29th.
Monday.
29th?
Yes.
Oh, you were still a question.
I don't know about either of those, but
Let's
you
do
could
the
do
29th.
I think I can do that now.
You could do the 29th, but so it doesn't matter.
Either one, I'm not sure.
Either
but
one,
I'll
but
try and make it work.
so the 29th and the 30th are equally as good.
Okay.
Let me just raise a question. Is
Yes.
it really that important that we not do it on Halloween?
Yeah, for public participation.
I
Yeah.
like giving trick-or-treats out.
I mean, 6:30
Well, so do I.
is-
We just moved our office to College Street, so we just bought 800 pieces of candy for.
Not enough. It's not enough.
Yeah, no, we can't. We can't do it. Let's
can
go
all
with
come
the
in
29th.
wicked outfits.
29th,
the 29th.
Monday.
29th, and you see if you can make it, and hopefully that works out. Okay, again, 6:30. Council hearing. Okay. I think that wraps everything up. No other business. Council reports. Donna, would you like to start?
Sure. I'm going to go home and finish my packing. I'm heading off to Sweden tomorrow. And I'm not sure what will happen with connecting with you on the 3rd, but I wish you all well with your vote and hope the parking garage does get voted to be on the November ballot. Thank you very much.
All right. On Friday night, I got to fulfill a boyhood dream and do a police ride-along.
It's super fun.
It was one of the best things I've ever done. So I was paired up with Corporal Phil Brick there, and it was kind of like just touching to hear how everybody got into law enforcement, you know, and sort of the distinction between cultures from community to community. And we took a spin, looked for illicit behavior, didn't find any, which was a good thing. Couple taillights out. But I was just left very grateful that we live in the place we do with this force here. It definitely wasn't focused on sort of punitive measures. You could tell it was about helping people out as they walked by there. So, no, that was great. I would encourage everybody to do it. Thanks.
Nothing to report other than tomorrow morning I'll be at Baguito's 8:30 to 9:30.
Who would like to go, Rosie or Ed?
Nothing to report.
There is a demonstration that is in the works for the State House lawn Tuesday night at 6 p.m. The state just entered into a contract with Core Civic, which used to be Corrections Corporation of America, to house our inmates there. So hopefully some folks can come out and join us.
Oh, I think that's me next. I'm gonna pass. Nothing.
Just very quickly, Jamie will be in touch with you all. We're going to try, if we can, put together a picture outside the city council. We usually do the annual picture lined up here in front of this wall.
Or down there, yeah.
Or down here.
Yeah.
And the goal is to try to get us somewhere outside in fresh air and fall foliage.
We were once under all the guy pictures.
Can we maybe like replace some of those pictures?
Oh yes, we're yes.
There's no women up there.
We were gonna try to get that committee together to figure out what to do with them.
Even if they were, they just need to
Maybe
be
just like
somewhere else.
replaced, redistributed, and like maybe a little more diversity.
I think we're still finding a date. What's that? Yeah, we'll try again to find a date for that. I don't know what the official name of that crew is.
The Better Art Group.
So if you want Connor to do this, it's right here in my drawer.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Take responsibility.
And sorry. Okay. Okay. So without objection, we're going to adjourn. It's approximately 10:28.